maybe we can go ahead and start. Is it okay? Okay, just a short welcome, short intro. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining for this virtual training session for the ISTOS project. Just want to make a comment that we are recording the session, so it will be available later on our website if someone wants to look it up or check it out later, or even some parts of it. I want to also thank our partners who are presenting today. I think it's going to be a very interesting session. I think we can go ahead and start. I don't know if it's if we need to show the agenda. I can just make a short comment. The title for this virtual training is Simulation-Based Disaster Risk Reduction Planning, Methodologies and Case Studies. It's going to have 6 presentations and some coffee break and then a discussion. So floor is yours. Let me make sure you can share your screen.
Thank you very much. So let me share my screen.
Maybe, I'm sorry, Giulio, maybe because we have some, we have invited also some other people, I suggest that our presenters also spend a couple of minutes to present themselves, I mean, who we are, etc.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, we start 8 minutes before our scheduled timetable, so good, I have some minutes more. So thank you very much for coming to listen this virtual training. You have the agenda, and as you see, the issue, the topics discussed will be very, very interesting within the activity of risk assessment and post-event, as we call the technical management of the post-earthquakes. I introduce myself. My name is Giulio Zuccaro. I am a full professor at University of Naples, Federico II, in solid and structured dynamics. So my background is on structure, basically. I am also the scientific coordinator of the PLINIVS Study Center. The PLINIVS Study Center is a center of competence of the Italian civil protection. And our role, our task is to build up impact scenario, either for earthquake, but specifically for volcanic potential eruptions. And but as you know, the volcanic eruptions as among the phenomena, earthquakes as a premonitory phenomenon of a potential eruption. So actually is a quite stimulating and exciting topic, because you should work with well, almost all the potential phenomena hazards, because it's earthquakes as a premonitory, then there is ashfall, pyroclastic flow, lars, bombs, and gas. I mean, is a really big deal. I mean, an eruption of Vesuvius or Campi Flegrei. As you know, Naples, where is based the PLINIVS Center, is in the middle of 3 active volcanoes. One is Vesuvius, that is very known. Another one is Caldera or Campi Flegrei, that is active, and in these days is in unrest phase, and Ischia, that everybody knows for the thermal property and the nice landscape, however, is itself a volcano. Okay, but come to Ischia, it's beautiful. Everything is monitored. Don't be aware. Don't be scared to come to Ischia. So, a part of the joke. What we will discuss today is this procedure that we call the CSAR2. That is a procedure developed for the agency of the cooperation and cohesion among the local authorities in Italy, that had as a goal the transfer of the best practice of this model, that is a model to evaluate the impact seismic scenario. And this is a crucial phase of the activity of a local authority when they want to build up a civil protection plan. Because of course, the civil protection plan has a sense when you evaluate the quantification of the potential dead, injuries, homeless, building collapse, and so on. So, since this is an activity that we have built up in many decades of research and of job, we thought that it was a good idea to build up a sort of, as we call, a reuse kit. So a kit placed in a server of the agency that the local authority could download for free, and using this kit, that is, I mean, plenty of manual description, forms for collection of data, all the instructions to implement the model and how to run it, was obviously a good idea, because generally the municipalities do not have so much money. And so the idea to build up this kit that they could download for free was a good idea to make them able to build up this impact scenario. I have to say that since now, only few municipalities have done it. And later, Linda will show you one application of this. However, I have to say that this project was finished and deliverable in the middle of the pandemic crisis. So is no much, is not so strange that was not disseminated as it could be. And I think that now that the virus is going to leave us, well, at least is a bit less dangerous than it was 2 years ago. I hope that this could be a good condition to make it more diffused. Okay. This is Latin, nemo est tan fortis quin rei novitate perturbetur. This is a famous sentence of Cesare, and the translation is, there is no one so good, so brave, that is not upset by an unexpected situation. He was speaking about, obviously, military strategy. But this is good if, as is always true, this sentence, if we think about the earthquakes, that is something that suddenly, without any expectation, without any foreseen, I mean, is something unexpected and that happened suddenly, and of course require, in my view, to be prepared. So since we don't know when it will occur, we should be prepared to give an answer. So this is, you see, this is an idea. So to make the goal was to make available to public administrator, as I anticipated in the introduction, a tool for assessing and quantifying seismic damage. On a municipal scale, useful for emergency planning and management. So to create a reuse kit of the procedure to be uploaded on the platform on the Territorial Cohesion Agency as a part of action aimed at the transfer, evolution and dissemination of the good practice through the open community, the public authority. And as I said, this last part of the goal, in my view, is not yet so much, so much effective, actually. Then provide, with a view to intelligent resilience, a tool for the public authorities to guide the choices of alternative policies aimed at reducing risk with the help of the cost-benefit analysis and multi-criterion analysis to support decision. This is actually something that that qualify particularly this procedure, because it's not just only a model to evaluate the impact scenario produced by an earthquake, but also gives you the potentiality to play with this platform, to play with this model, in order to evaluate possible program of mitigation and possible measure of mitigation, which benefit procure, which benefit get. And this is important because this could help local authorities to make a sort of optimization of the distribution of the resources on the territory in order to get the best benefit and reduce the risk. Another important tool available in this kit is the module for multi-criterion analysis. This is another I mean, interesting tool, because of course you can play with this tool, but there could be many different points of view. There could be people, I mean, administrator or decision maker that want to save as much as possible life of people, or some others that want to save, of course, people of life of the people, but at 80%, giving a weight of 80%, but they want to even take into account the cost of this achievement by giving some weight to the expenditure and some other criteria could be, for instance, the enforcement of the rescue and search activities. And so, I mean, there could be many different points of view that the administrator could weighted, and the multi-criterion analysis is able to give you which is the best solution that could balance all the criteria that you put on the table. Okay, the project was led by the municipality of Cava dei Tirreni, that is a municipality that is not far from Salerno town, that is in Campania, and the transferring entity was the PLINIVS Study Center and the Campania region, because actually the first application of this model was done in Campania for the Campania region, was funded by Campania region. So PLINIVS and Campania region was the donor, let's say, of this procedure, while the beneficiaries, the reusing entities, was the town of Cava dei Tirreni and one town of Sicilian region. Okay, so few words giving some step of the description of the model that this kit of reuse provide. So first of all, subdivision of the territory into elementary areas of analysis, municipality or grid cell. Obviously, if you want to work at the local level, so if you want to prepare the map, the quantification of damage distributed on the map, in order to make a civil protection plan, obviously you are speaking about grid cell, because you have to know exactly where is the damage, where is the ambulances, where is the hospital, where are the fire brigades, and which are the roads that could be blocked by collapse of the buildings and so on. So you need obviously to work at the cell level, a very local level. But this kind of procedure in theory, even if it's not proposed for that use, could be used even at the level of municipality, where the minimum area of analysis is the whole comune, the whole municipality. But this is if you want to make analysis at a wider scale. Okay, so the second step is the evaluation for each elementary areas of the characteristic of vulnerability and exposure. We already discussed about vulnerability and exposure in the previous virtual training, so I will not go so through the definition of these terms, while we will discuss later on in showing some application. Depending on the epicentral location and the hypothesized magnitude, calculate the propagation of the intensity on the territory, or if are available, get some shaking maps, and the determination of the intensity or acceleration of each elementary area. So if we are working with a grid overlapped to our territory, we try to assess which acceleration or intensity or any other parameter of excitation, but in our case we work with the intensity or acceleration, can be assessed, can be set for that particular cell. Then estimation of the distribution of the damage built in each elementary area. So the estimation according to the exposure in each cell, according, so in other words, according to the number of buildings, the characteristic of a building, the classification of vulnerability of each buildings that are in the cell. According to the hazard, so the acceleration that is expected in a certain period of time, for under 65 years, 2000 years, or whatever, you can, using vulnerability curves that has been developed for that particular region, you can estimate the distribution of damage. Then on the built element at risk, so basically on the buildings. On the base of this result, you could work obviously to evaluate the casualties in each elementary area. So the number of the casualties provide basically two, well, the casualties are devoted to evaluate the impact not on the building element at risk, but on the population element at risk. And so we gave some expected number of deaths, of injuries. Of course, combining the population, the occupants of the buildings with the buildings collapsed, you can evaluate the number of dead and injuries. But if you combine the occupants with the buildings damaged but not collapsed, of course, you can derive the number of homeless. With a particular algorithm, it's not so straightforward. There are some assumptions done on the evaluation of dead, injuries, and homeless that is not one-to-one. So one occupant, building collapse, one dead. It's not like that, but there is some more, calibrated evaluation methodology. Then elaboration of thematic map, summarizing the scenario. So you can ask a map for a building collapse, or building damage, or distribution of homeless, or location of dead, of injuries, or road interrupt, and so on. The grid features. Okay, as we discussed, you can overlap on the territory a grid that is your minimum unit of analysis. You see that the Caesar 1, that was the first application that we did of this model to Campania region some years ago, had a dimension of the cell of 500 meters by 500 meters. Then, obviously, the research as always goes on, and even the information, the data, the definition, I mean, many things can improve with the time. And now we are capable to work with a cell of a smaller dimension of 250 meters by 250 meters. I have to say that this is an interesting, issue, because someone could say, okay, why not 100 by 100 or 50 meters by 50 meters? Because obviously, more you reduce the dimension of this cell, more uncertain are the results. Because, in a cell of 250 by 250, you can still have a certain number of buildings. And your expectation, your work is always uncertain, because it's a probabilistic procedure that you apply. And as you know, if the number of this prevision is very small, obviously the uncertainty grow up. While if the number is more consistent, also the prevision is more reliable. Okay, what you see here was the screenshot of the procedure that we developed for Campania region. So this is the old framework, the old platform, where you could introduce the date of the event and the coordinate, the latitude, the longitude, and the name of a comune, and the magnitude, the depth, and you see here, down here, you can see my arrow, I hope so. Here you can see the attenuation law applied. There were some attenuation law that you could choose in order to see what was the difference in the mapping the hazard and the attenuation of the acceleration, and that is obviously important to evaluate. Yes, the note, I was reading the note here, that it is possible to carry out analysis on transport network. We already discussed this, like road and railways, in which the starting cell, the arrival cell, and the cell crossed are considered for each branch of the network. Okay, of course, some element at risk, like the network, like road, railways, or lifelines, require a coding of the element at risk different from the one that we assume for the buildings, because being linear and going through or across many cells, of course, you have to work in a different way. Okay, making run this model, you could evaluate the distribution of intensity, the distribution of the injuries, and so on. Each of these are as you see, using the single municipality as the minimum. Here is shown the different municipalities, while what we did at the time, this was an exercise. We reproduced the earthquake of Irpinia of 1980 with the epicenter, and we will test the model by reproducing the damage occurred at the time. And as you see, this is the injuries. The previous one was the collapse. This is the injuries, and this is the death, and so on. This is the homeless. Okay. Okay, so which are the instruments? So the best practice documentation was another important issue, because in order to make this procedure work properly, we could provide a lot of documentation, because the possible user, that is, for instance, the head of the Department of the Civil Protection in a small municipalities, do not have a scientific background. So you should, first of all, give a lot of documentation in order to allow him to get in the problem and to apply it correctly. However, the agency of cohesion is able to give some support some resources to make the municipality able to get some consultants of experts that could help them to implement this correctly, this procedure. Okay, so the local analysis grid is 250 by 250. We already discussed this. The web-based client service architecture software. This is what we do. So in other words, I want to say this is important, that all the tool implement a software and the model that has to be built that work in connection with the server of PLINIVS. And this is this ensure that they can evaluate with the most up-to-date curve of vulnerability, the most up-to-date procedure for the evaluation of vulnerability class that we developed at the PLINIVS Center. So, support tools for the survey of building types on the territory, and this is exactly one of the tools that I was discussing. So all the form, all the informatic procedure to input this data in a database that is in the right format to feed the procedure. Then the seismic vulnerability assessment of building that is done through another procedure that is online. And then finally the seismic risk scenario, the evaluate of impact, and then the two tools that are cost-benefit analysis, multi-criterion analysis, that was the result of another European project that was called CRISVA, was the acronym. That was a project focused on crisis management. And these software were developed at the time, but we incorporate within this procedure. Okay, so the reuse kit is a web software with a user-friendly interface that allow you to develop multi-criteria cost-benefit analysis related to the alternative risk governance strategies, starting from the quantification of the impact of the seismic event on risk elements such as population, building, and so on, roads. The technology used is a system definite with the use of open source products and distributed with the open source code. This is another important, that's why in this kind of activity is given as donors. These are actually the donors gives this procedure for free as an open source. Okay, how to manage the software in reuse? There is some, I mean, a normative as reference. This is the circular of 6 December 2013 that gives you the guideline for comparative evaluation provided by the Article 6.8 of Legislative of Digital Administration Code. So in other words, this norm, this law of 10 years ago set the Digital Administration Code standard and define all the prerogative requirements that this software should have in order to be uploaded on the platform of software of open sources that is used for the best practice transfer to all the family of local authorities. Sorry. So CISR2 is a web application that can be installed at the requesting municipality. So all instances are autonomous in the management of their data. On-demand services allow you to use a PLINIVS model for scenario processing. The use of a CISR2 is based on 4 macro processes: activation, configuration, calibration, and analysis. In the activation, this is still in Italian, sorry, you have to make some official query or ask for the adhesion. You download the software and then you have to activate it. Then in the configuration, you should acquire some data, basic data from the database of the PLINIVS center. Then you should provide by yourself the cartography of the comune, because of course, in order to develop this model, you should at least have a digital cartography that you could use it for this. Then there is the automatic export from the PLINIVS database of possible buildings that have been surveyed in the past by PLINIVS Center. Then there is the elaboration with the PLINIVS form on the building stock that the single municipality can improve by collecting data with the form of PLINIVS, and then the calibration of data. Finally, the analysis is the analysis for one basic scenario or risk analysis or alternative analysis, and finally cost benefit derived by the alternative assumed. I want to say something soon, that the model can be used and run in Italy, of course, also using only the ISTAT database, the census data, because we have a procedure that calibrate and improve the distribution, the data of the census that, as you know, are always uncertain because are collected not from professionals, specialists, but so, for instance, people could say, this is a masonry building, but it's not, it's reinforced concrete, and so on. So there could be many errors, and actually we developed a procedure that is called BINC that try to correct this error by a sample, an important sample of building survey in the area of analysis that we want to analyze. So to summarize, the procedure works just only with the ISTAT data, with the census data, statistical data basically, but obviously if you want to improve the result, you can collect the data on the spot that you want to analyze using the form that are provided in the kit, the PLINIVS form, inputting these data through a procedure provided by the kit in the right format, making it run the procedure BINC that correct the data, the census data with the sample that you have surveyed, and improve your map. Okay, so the reuse kit is available for all public administrators on this address website. For the activation of the instance on the administrator server, it is necessary to make the request through the appropriate form on the project. You know that each municipalities has his code, so at the time of the request, only the PEC, sorry, just Agnese, mi puoi portare un po' d'acqua e poi chiudere la porta, grazie. At the time of the request, only PEC of the institution, the IPA code, that is the code of the municipality, of the local authorities, and the name of the contact person making the request must be indicated. Activation code and documentation for reuse of the software will be sent to the PEC address of the institution. What you see here is a screenshot from the procedure. That is, this is the form of the registration. Thank you very much, Agnese. Thanks very much. And can you close the door? Thank you. Okay. And then you can download the kit. CSAR setup can be done through the software to install and configure the executable code, the installation manual, and the indication of the download links of the software product supporting the operation of CSAR2. To be installed before running CSAR2 will be provided. Okay. Which are the potential actors of the system? So the responsible for the procedure, that is the contact person identified by the authority in compliance with some article of the law 241 of the 1990, which will manage the preliminary activities of the reuse of a CSAR product for internal use of the municipality. It is the only interlocutor of the body that will have to start the registration of data and what is necessary for the use of the same and the configuration of the administrative data and authority. Yeah, I want to say a few words about this. So as the system administrator of the municipality, that is the contact person identified by the authority for the administration of the system and for the initial technical configuration phase. It's very important to say that this person has to be declared and fixed, because the output of this model is quite sensible. It's not. It's something useful for the civil protection plan. It's useful for the decision maker, the politician, to make a strategy of risk reduction and to get the measure and to identify the priority, all these kind of things. But of course, to disseminate for free this kind of data, to publish these on a web, for instance, on the web of the municipality, could create a serious alarm. And so this is always the problem. It is important to inform the population so that they are aware, but is quite dangerous and critical to say, in this box there will be 20% of the building collapse, but you don't say which one, because as you know, in that box you cannot say which one. And this could, but you could say in that box there will be much more collapse than this other cell. Okay. So, for instance, in terms of cost of the houses, of the market, of estate market, can be, I mean, very sensible. Or people that are very anxious could be, I mean, could take some mental disease about this foreseen. I mean, so, or mental pain, or situation of, so it's something that is very, very, very important to know, that has to be handled carefully. So the detector is the technician who performs the census activity on the field of buildings, and which will constitute the specific CISA2 database of the institution. So detector are the surveyors, basically. Sorry if some word is not exactly what it should be, but this presentation was in Italian, of course, and has been translated, mainly using the automatic translators. So as some word has been correct, some other was still funny, like detector, actually, that should be surveyor. Okay. Of course, this activity is the one that is important to do if we want to build up a database of the local authority that contain all the information on the typology, all the typological information on the buildings, and all the typologies that can be then set in the vulnerability classes, in different vulnerability classes, or other kind of information, the distance from the road, the bridges, tunnels, or whatever. Okay, decision maker are the user with the specific knowledge on territorial context of the body, able to use the functionalities of the CISA model by intervening on the different option of choice offered by the models. So the decision maker can decide strategies, alternatives, strategies to measure the difference between the different alternative strategies and so on. Okay, then the remote system for system installation. The web application system that remotely provides the installation and the configuration parameters of the local instance of CISA2 downstream of the reuse accepted investigation. So configuring the software after the activation code request phase. This is the phase of the calibration. So in the first processing necessary to process data for scenario model, it is a process that performs spatial operation through SQL spatial queries on the basic cartography. The cartography layers are a PLINIVS basic grid. As you see here in the picture, there is a grid. ISTAT census section, that is the one colored in red. Municipal building, that is a cartography that should be underneath this other layer. And possible a survey with the support of PLINIVS cards, or PLINIVS forms, I would say. Further operation and assignment of vulnerability classes to the building survey, taking into account the data of the PLINIVS form. The first step is processing of layers. So cartography areas, that is the only data that should be provided by the local authorities, of course. And the constructed cartography cut according to the areas is the one that you see is done here. So the grid, the single cell cut part of the census data, where we have data from census, in percentage we get these, but this is not a blind percentage, because we will give the information that are summarized in the census data area, that could be this one, for instance, with the localization of the buildings, because not always the census data have a building everywhere. So, for instance, this could be a census data where you should have the building just only here, outside this grid considered. Okay, this means that in this area that is all green, for instance, you will not assign data of the census. If there are some buildings all around here, you will give the information of the census data only in percentage of the building that are distributed underneath the cell. And in fact, look, this is another example of the cut of the cell on the buildings in this case. So the calibration algorithm also applied to the building survey with the PLINIVS form, not just only as before with the census data. In this case, the intersection is between the areas previously obtained and the built area survey. The result returns a layer with the detected buildings clipped according to the area in which they fall. This is actually, this of the cut on the grid is the first complex activity that the kit provide automatically. The PLINIVS form is a technical data sheet to support the census of the building. It is possible to acquire, to collect, I would say, massively by importing the sheet of in a CSV format. It is also possible to acquire true data entry operation directly from the mobile application. So you can go around with the PLINIVS form loaded on the application on your smartphone or tablet, and to compile all the information on the buildings that will be loaded automatically on the database. Of course, after loading the PLINIVS form, data is necessary to define their spatial footprint with respect to the built area. And the Caesar allow you to relate the cards to the building to the PLINIVS form. The relationship between these is respectively 1 meter. Okay, then you have to configure the software, and there are a series of action that you have to do. Are pre-processing and post-processing. The presence of data in the database, the presence of pre-existing calibration that has been already done by PLINIVS Center in that area. For instance, if one of the Vesuvian municipalities ask to apply Caesar, will be very easy because we already done everything for them for the commitment that we have as a center of competence for the civil protection. Current calibration status. As regard the first point, so the presence of data, in the interface may or may not allow the possibility of data calibration. In the absence of any type of data, the interface look like this. And this is actually it show here is not possible to calibrate data. Data are insufficient. When say data are insufficient, is saying real data collect on the spot. But of course, in this case, you can perform the evaluation using the census data that are always already loaded in the web database that is available on the PLINIVS server. In this other case, this shows the case where it's possible to make some calibration because data are available. You remember this algorithm, this formula? This shows the difference between the risk analysis and the scenario analysis. What we do here is a scenario analysis. Of course, you could even perform a risk analysis, but this application, CISA, is basically devoted to the quantification of the resources needed for contingency planning, for civil protection planning, and the organization of operational intervention, of search and rescue, and so on. While the risk analysis could be more useful for decisions on the intervention strategy, on evacuation priority, mitigation measure, resources or program of resource distribution, and so on. So we have some partner with whom we make this kind of job. From INGB, we get the hazard. We work with the ISTAT, Italian Institution of Statistics, about the census data and the collection activities. And of course, we provide as our task vulnerability classes and damage level and vulnerability curves. This is a map that shows the Italian hazard map with the area that has a greater expectation of acceleration in Italy. You see that all the Apennine in the middle of the country is basically the place where the faults are more frequent. And these are the probability of exceeding in 50 years and the return period and the annual frequency of overcoming. In the CISA platform, you could choose the hypothesis, step 0, that is the first step in which you proceed to choose whether it is a scenario or risk analysis. So you can choose if you want to do risk or impact scenario, first of all. Then you can choose the hypothesis of scenario analysis with punctual event. So you can choose where the event occurred, making some hypothesis of epicenter, magnitude, epicenter location, with giving latitude and longitude, depth and magnitude, okay? And time as well, because we have even the curves that gives you information about the greater damage that you can have if the earthquake occurred during the night because of a greater number of occupants. Or you can have, for instance, a shake map. In case you have a shake map, you can load directly the shake map. This is this show the output in terms of map, but each cell has a tables of a value that is then loaded on the output of the program. So punctual scenario, shake map scenario, and scenario with the return time, return period, are the three basic different types of analysis, and the output is always given both in tabular, graphic, and cartographic manners. Each cartography provides some visualization option that is always good to have regarding the parameters of output, like unsafe building. Sorry for this cough. Let's say uninhabitable, unusable basic buildings, so damaged buildings that cannot be used. Homeless victims, lost building. For lost building, we want to say collapse and partial collapse. So building that cannot be used has to be evacuated. So the use of kit in absence of data collection use, as we said, only the ISTAT. And there are some papers that could show which are the BINC and the SAVE procedure that are the first one, the one that try to improve the ISTAT, the census data by some sample of building form collected on the area, on the spot. And the SAVE is a procedure to assign the vulnerability class according to the typology detected on the buildings. So at the end, you will reach different number of building for each building class, more or less strong or weak. It depends how you look, if you are positive or negative in life. Cartes cards is another important tool that is provided, that is a classification on the municipal territory, not so punctual, but is a method to identify within one municipality more. Oh, come on, it's 10:05, so I should go quickly. Anyway, this, to the end, this procedure will allow you to make some prevision of number of buildings and the typology of buildings within an area, according an interview done with the people of the place, like professional or people from the technical office of the municipality that knows very well how it is done. But this is true, because if you ask me how is the Naples, I know everything about Naples. I know where is the masonry, where there is some still a lot of wooden floor, where there is reinforced concrete, when has been built the reinforced concrete, in which age, and that age, which kind of technical and material knowledge was used, and so on. Okay, so this is some of data collection, building by building, that the PLINIVS form provide, that could be combined to these cartes. So these cartes gives you an overview of the town, subdividing the town in some compound, in some areas, and this will give you some more information detailed, because you go in the compound and you will detect some single forms. Okay, the kit with the data collection, obviously the procedure will help you to upload these forms that you have detected on the area, on the spot, using an Excel sheets, and the filling in forms through a special app with an automatic upload. This is an output of the building collapse per cell. This is an unsafe building, I would say, per cell, and this is homeless, and all these can be obviously also I mean, used for comparing the result. For instance, the hypothesis 0 could be apart from the fact that you have a range of the results: medium, low, and maximum, minima and maximum. So you can see a sort of a limit of confidence of your expectation provided by the procedure. But you can start from a basic data. This show the number of building lost, unusable, dead, injuries, and homeless, and with the value medium, minimum, and maximum. But the idea is that in order to make work the cost-benefit analysis, you can run the procedure basically as it is, as the municipality it is. And then, let's say alternative one, and then to decide some alternatives of mitigation, to upgrade, for instance, building the weakest building, A in B, have all 50%, 10%, and so on, or alternatives to mitigation medium, that is to update A and B in C, that is stronger than A and B, or mitigation high, that could be to bring A and B in C as C in D, and so on. So you can play with different mitigation measure. This gives you a cost in order to do that. And then you can compare these by rerun again the model. And once you have played a bit with all these different criteria, like a post-earthquake evaluation, reconstruction, repair, building mitigation costs, cost rubble removal, and so on, you could even reach a complex decision making a problem that the civil protection could pose to you, or could ask you, or even the politician, and you get as output a rational decision that is the combination of all these different layers and different multidisciplinarity used in order to structure this final result. This is a bit a graph of the alternatives and the value that you can attribute to each of the alternatives. And so you can pass from the analysis of the problem and the definition to the search for possible solution, evaluation of choice solution, solution implementation, and control and monitoring. Okay, there is no time to go so much in the detail to this, but I believe that the concept is clear. And these are all the parameters for buildings, population, cost, pre-event cost, cost during the event, and post-event cost. So there is a criteria and sub-criteria and different alternative. And at the end, you can, as you see, move these how can I say, these cursor, in order to increase your weight to each of these parameters. I want not so much dead, I want not so much homeless, I want not so much injuries, and so on. And at the end, you will get some results of different alternatives. This show, for instance, that alternatives 3 is the best according to the weight that you gave to each. Case study of Cava dei Tirreni, but I will skip this. First of all, because I'm very long, and in the second place, because another application will be shown later, soon after mine. This is the output vulnerability class per cell that in Cava dei Tirreni we did, and this is this is shown just the algorithm, and this is the cell with all the differentiation and all the alternatives. The alternatives in this case are done by not just only working on seismic upgrading, but also considering energy. So this is all the intervention that you do. You can both combine a seismic measure and energy saving energy measure, sorry. And in the 3 hypotheses that combine a different combination, you could then have a map of impact and the cost-benefit analysis with all the cost, and with the final results that gives you that hypothesis 3 had the best cost benefit. The hypothesis 3, I don't remember, was which one? Let me see. The hypothesis 3 was well, now I'm sorry, but I'm not able now to remind all the hypotheses normalized. Yeah. Well, anyway, it was a combination of two. There is no time to go so much in detail, but just to say what the platform and the tool does. The same we did for Grumento Nova. That was the other application that we did. We subdivided with the Curtis Grumento Nova in 3 areas, 3 compounds. We made the analysis of which masonry or structure or reinforced concrete structure were prevalent in this area. And we made some survey on the area. And the same with the Nicolosi, that was the village in Sicily that was participating to the application. So I'm sorry if I was long. I was 10 minutes long. I'm so sorry for Linda. And I have finished here my presentation. But actually, there were a lot of things to say. And so I hope that Linda get advantage from what I have introduced to her, because she will show case study that is Ischia, Pedimont, and Cava dei Tirreni, that are some applications done outside this project, this CISA2 project.
Thank you, Giulio.
Okay, so do you want to open for some question, or we carry on straight forward?
I think we can leave it for later. Anyway, we have a session for discussion later. Anyway, we are ahead of time. I mean, out of time, so we can save the questions for later, unless there is something urgent that someone wants to ask right away.
Okay, so in this case, I have Linda. We will discuss. We will speak from my seat, because she had some problem on her seat. So okay, just a minute. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I have to share again my screen because I interrupted the sharing, so we'll do soon. Ok. Scusami Linda, ma io poi non sapevo bene quante slide ci fossero.
Neanche io, sono rimasta.
Sì, ok. Ok.
So hello everyone. In this presentation, we are going to see some case studies in Italy, in particular with regard to the Pedimont municipalities. That it has been a work done with the Pedimont region in combination with the civil protection, in which these partners has done some activities, some survey activities, with a form that, to be honest, is different from the PLINIVS form. So one of the first work has been the translation of the form that they used in the PLINIVS form, and some activities on the geolocalization of their activity. So this is the structure of this presentation. Just a little introduction with the things that the Professor Zuccaro told before. This is the work has been done on a risk analysis, so it is not a scenario analysis, but a risk analysis on a grid of this dimension, 250 meter for 250 meter, and in which the risk is estimated as the combination of these 3 factors. The hazard is a probability of occurrence of a particular PGA, in particular probability of exceedance of 50 years equal to 10% with a return period of 475 years. The exposure in the procedure has been assessed with reference to the ISTOS data with the collect data by the Pedimont region. And vulnerability is a model that has been developed by the PLINIVS Study Center through an empirical approach. In particular, it is a model developed in intensity and then converted in PGA. So with regard to the hazard, we consider in terms of the risk analysis, the interactive maps of seismic periculosity that have been developed by the INGV, the National Institute of Volcanic and Geology, that give us for some points for a grid on the Italian territory of 5 kilometers. This is the length of the side of this grid. Give us the probability, the PGR for a probability of overturning 50 years, fixed the percentile of occurrence of this value of PGR. So the first work that is done by the application is to consider this grid of 5 kilometers, and assign on the base of this value a PGR to each element of the grid. This estimation has been done assuming the distance that each cell has on the point given by the INGV, the point given by the INGV. With regard to the exposure, this is just a summary for the people that have been to the summer school. We have the input data that are the ISTOS database and the PLINIVS form. The output data is a distribution of the buildings on the vulnerability class that we have defined for vulnerability classes. And the tool used are two: the SAVE method, that is a method that is used to assign the vulnerability class for specific building in which the structural and typological characteristics are known. And the second tool is the BINC, the building inventory at national scale for census area, that give us the distribution of vulnerability classes on specific geographic area, combining the information of detected buildings with ISTOS datasets. So the first step has been done with the geolocalization of the information given by the Pedimont region. So the first step has been done on a PostGIS database, in which we have done an uniformation of the layers, elimination of the aggregated outside the boundary of the studied area, some correction and completion of the localization data, and some uniformation of the data type fields used by the PLINIVS datasets. And the second step, we have done a link between the PLINIVS data to the buildings, because as I told before, the PLINIVS form always work with a GIS map, so we connect automatically the geometry with the form. This activity is done by the Pedimont region, has been done with another form, so we need to geolocalize the collected information. So starting from the 2,771 buildings that they furnished to us, we have been able to geolocalize just 2,505 buildings. The second step is to filter the buildings in the data sets with regard to the destination of the buildings, because the SAFE procedure and all the procedure of the CESAR tool only works on the residential buildings, so we filter these buildings. And furthermore, the SAVE procedure only work with buildings in which the vertical typology is known. So starting from the 2,700 buildings, we have been able to use just 1,600 buildings. For each building in the database, we have used the SAFE procedure to assign the vulnerability class. The SAFE procedure starts from the logic used by the IMS 98, in which the vulnerability class is given on the base of the vertical structure, but the SAFE method corrects the uncertainties given by the IMS 98, and considering the other typological characteristics, give a more specific vulnerability class. that is given by the synthetic parameter of damage estimated on a damage database. The second step is to use the Bing procedure that is calibrated on a typological dataset of the PLINIVS Study Center, in which grouping classified buildings, classified in terms of vulnerability class, for demography and age of construction, we define an occurrence of this vulnerability class for each combination of demography and age of construction, and exploiting the ISTOS database, in which we know the demography of the investigated municipality and the number of buildings associated to each age of construction, we assume the same occurrence that we estimate in the Bing procedure. This information is reported on the grid through the intersection area, like the Professor Zuccaro explained before. So if we don't have information on the collected data, the procedure only uses the ISTOS data set, and it makes a proportion on the built area between the census area and the cell that we are going to investigate, and it gives a proportion of the distribution of the building on the vulnerability class. If we have collected buildings, if the census area is totally detected, of course the buildings distribution is given by only by the detected buildings. If the census zone is not totally detected, an integration of the information has been done exploiting the Bing procedure with the assumed buildings distribution on the vulnerability class. With regard to the population, we have an assumption in which the population is uniformly distributed on the apartments, and always on the exploiting the typological database of the PLINIVS Study Center is been calibrated the correlation between the number of apartments correlated to the vulnerability class of the buildings, and assuming that this factor that is called MABK, the average number of dwelling for buildings and of vulnerability class K, and assuming that the population is uniformly distributed on the dwellings, we distribute the population given by ISTOS on the buildings. With regard to the vulnerability, we exploit the damage probability matrices produced by the PLINIVS Study Center in the 2015 that is given in intensity, and this value gives us the information of the buildings distribution for each class on the 6th level of damage given by the IMS 98 for each value of intensity. We converted this value in acceleration through the Margottini conversion, and we estimated the vulnerability model that is summarized in this slide. The vulnerability model is estimated for a medium, a minimum and maximum value to give us an interval of in which we can expect the results of the procedure. With regard to the estimation for the buildings, we define lost buildings, all buildings that reach the level of damage D4, that is partial collapse, or D5, that is total collapse. With regard to the unsafe building, unhabitable buildings, we define, of course, all the buildings collapsed, and furthermore, the 60% of building having a level of damage D3, that is a night structural damage. With regard to casualties correlated to the population, we define the percentage of death and injured that always are related to building with D4 and D5, and they are different for buildings having a low vulnerability class and high vulnerability class. It can seem strange, but the percentage associated with to building with a high vulnerability class is higher than the percentage associated to the building with a low vulnerability class, because generally when a strong building collapse, it collapses totally, and so the percentage of buildings that have damage, that can die or be injured, is higher. Then the model considered the costs, the economic there is an economic model in the procedure that we have no time to see in detail, but the costs considered are the mitigation costs, in which we define an average cost of mitigation intervention from a vulnerability class to another. So this is the costs in euro for a square meter, that define if I have a building in a class A and I want to move this building in a B class, the cost is reported in this table. At the same time, if I have a buildings in the class A and I want to move this building in class C, of course, the cost is either, and so on for the other one. Also, we define the reconstruction costs. We can send you this presentation so you can have time to see in detail all the numbers that are considered in this equation. But the procedure considers reconstruction costs, restoration costs, healthcare costs, the demolition and rubble removal costs, and the evacuation costs, also the emergency management. And also, as the Professor Zuccaro told before, there is the possibility to assume a multi-criteria analysis, assuming some mitigation hypothesis. So the impact of the case studies, so applying this procedure that I described before, we have obtained for a minimum, medium, and maximum value for 3 municipalities of Pedimont, in which there are the collect data given by the Pedimont region. We defined the number of collapsed and unsafe buildings. At the same for the population, using this procedure, we have defined the death, the injured, and the homeless. The number of homeless is the population correlated to the unsafe building less the number of deaths, because of course, unfortunately, a death person is not cannot lose a home, because of course. So this is the map with regard to the municipalities. We can see in this map the collapsed buildings on the map, and at the same time the unsafe building in a map that is of course useful to understand in which part of the municipality the civil protection need to have more attention. This is the map of the death. And the map of the injured. It is clear that in the same points in which there are the collapsed building, also there are death and injured. And this is the map of the homelesses. So this is a table in which are shown the costs related to the impact estimated like in the equation before. This is in a graphic, and we can see that the high costs are related to the restoration and also to the emergency management. And a big part is given by the reconstruction. All the other costs are lower that we can't see in this graphic because the percentage on the total cost is very, very low. And this is an hypothesis of multi-criteria, assuming 3 types of scenario, some hypotheses of mitigation. the platform gives us the possibility to estimate the impact and have the number of death, injured, homeless, unsafe and collapsed building, and all the costs for each of these scenarios estimated, assuming some mitigation hypothesis. This is in a map, and we can see that our hypothesis done on the scenario 3 is the best one, because of course it is the scenario correlated to the either mitigation. The buildings are all stronger. So the number of deaths, injured, and homelesses are lower. And at the same time for the buildings, the unsafe and collapsed building are lower. And we can see that the economic impact related to the scenario 0, of course, is the best one. Also, it gives us the casualties, the higher casualties. But it can be strange, but the scenario 3, that is the most mitigated scenario, also give us the lower economic impact with respect to scenario 1 and scenario 2. So we can say that the hypotheses done for the scenario 3 are the best, because they give us the lower impact on the human, on the buildings, and also with regard to the economic model. So this is just the presentation on the case studies. Sorry that I was very trying to speak very fast, because we are not on time. I don't know if there are questions.
Linda, it was really fast, but to be honest, it was very interesting to see how this app it works and see the results.
Thanks.
Maybe we can move on with the next presentation.
Just a question, a very practical one. Which was the rate in euros that you calculated this economic impact for this village? It was 1,000 euro or 800 or what?
This is million euro. It is reported here.
Sorry.
It's here.
Can you explain a little bit? No, I'm not speaking about the total. I'm speaking for the unit value.
The unit value referred to which units?
If you have to retrofit or to strengthen a house, per square meter, you have a unit value. Let's say 1,000, 100, 200, I don't know.
Yes, with regard to the mitigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is this slide. This one that I showed before, in which you can see the costs that is in euro for square meter.
Yes.
If you want to move buildings in the vulnerability class A in the vulnerability class B. This is the cost in terms of euro for square meter.
Okay, I see.
Okay.
It's quite low, huh, though.
Yes, this is the outcomes that have been estimated in the project CRISMA that the professors explained before.
Yes, it seems quite low, but anyway, we could discuss it in another occasion. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I don't know how to interrupt the the share of the screen, but I believe that if the second one will share, this is automatic. It's here. Perfect.
Hi everyone, I'm going to share the screen. Give me just 1 second. Can you just confirm that you can hear me and can you see the screen?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, my name is Chiara Amendola and I am from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and today I'm going to show a presentation on the use of physics-based simulated ground motion for the seismic risk assessment of city, with a particular focus on the case of Thessaloniki. This work is carried out with collaboration of the Politecnico di Milano in Italy, in particular with Professors Merzini, Paolucci, and Professor Kyriazis from Thessaloniki. So what I'm going to show today, we will start from, let's say, the introduction and why we should make use of the physics-based simulation in the engineering applications, with a brief background on the physics-based simulation and on the speed code that is used, that was developed in the Politecnico of Milano. And then we will see together the BB speed dataset, a dataset of simulated ground motion, and then we will see how, let's say, this physics-based simulation can be used for different engineering application, in the sense that increasing level of complexity. So starting from the simple engineering demand parameters, or just in terms of nonlinear time history analysis, moving to the computation of the fragility function, and finally to the seismic risk. So let's start considering why we should make use of this physics-based simulation. First of all, because as you can see in these pictures, in this picture that is taken from the NGA West2 database, there is in general a scarcity of strong motion data. While physics-based simulation, they can provide in general strong motion data, but especially in the near source condition. So we may have near source ground motion records. Then another important aspect is that with the physics-based simulation, we can have the whole, let's say, waveform, so the whole time history, and not only a p-ground parameter like the PGA, PGB, and so on, as it is, for example, provided by the ground motion prediction equation. And then the last aspect is that we can directly consider the variability of the ground motion characteristics. On, let's say, on this picture, you can see what is the aspect, let's say, that the simulated scenario can have when generated from this kind of physics-based simulation. What are in general the multi-scale physics-based earthquake simulation? So basically, in Politecnico, they solve the elastodynamic problem from the seismic source up to basically to the surface. So considering the source to site propagation path in also heterogeneous layer, considering also the local geology, so the last part of the propagation path, until having, let's say, a scenario which consider all the aspects that we were saying before. What is important to highlight before moving on is that generally this kind of simulation, it considers a domain that is quite big. So here you can see just an illustrative example, which is 60 kilometers for 60 kilometers for a depth of 20. So you may understand that the computational effort is quite huge. For such a reason, they developed in the Politecnico di Milano a high performance spectral element code, SPEED. I will not go very, let's say, in detail of the code, but you may retrieve, you may find all the information going directly on the link provided by the Politecnico. But what it is important is that this code, it is available, so it can be used, of course, with the help of, let's say, the people who work in the Polytechnic, which are trained to use it. And it has been validated many times for different applications using the several historical earthquakes. It also provides a GUI-based pre and post processing, let's say, application, which may help in the, let's say, in the preparation of the input and in the post processing of the output. Another important aspect that it is worthy to highlight before moving on with the application that is the main focus of the presentation is that in general, due to the large size of the domain and the mesh that then it is defined based on this very large domain, it is these physics-based simulation, they are generally, let's say, valid from up to a level of frequency, or if we want to see it as in this figure here, from a certain period on. In particular, the speed software make use of the artificial neural network to predict the response in the short period range. What is important at this point to mention is that during the course of the years, many simulations have been carried out with the speed software of different historical earthquakes. So just to mention some in Italy, for example, the Norcia or the Aquila earthquake, or in Thessaloniki, the magnitude 6.5 1978 earthquakes. And let's say all over the world, other different simulations which were validated against anyway the historical earthquakes. These, let's say, all these available simulation allowed the creation, the definition of a database of simulated ground motion, the BB speed dataset, which is a dataset of near source broadband earthquake ground motion from physics-based simulation. What is, let's say, what is the aim of this dataset is that it can help to characterize and to select ground motion, especially in the near source condition, so in the proximity of the seismic source, and especially in, let's say, complex geological condition where maybe we have lack of earthquake recordings, let's say, referring to these specific features. This dataset, it is open source again, and it is always available in the Polytechnic website, where I'm providing here the link, and it is basically a flat file with the 3-component broadband accelerogram. As you can see in these pictures, this data set was validated with the NES database, the database of near source ground motion. Now let's go to the core of the presentation, which is the let's say the application of these physics-based simulation to the engineering field. We will start from in terms of the engineering demand parameter, then we will move to the fragility function, and then we will see an application for the seismic risk. So we saw that with the physics-based simulation, basically we can generate ground motion. So the next step is to define the demand estimation, then the fragility evaluation, and then the risk evaluation. So we are in the second step of this chain. It is at this point it is important to mention that international seismic norms, for example, the new draft of the Eurocode 8, they permit the use of the simulated accelerograms. And as you can read in this slide, the simulated accelerograms are expected to be used when the availability of the recorded accelerograms does not cover the variety of source mechanism and the source-to-site directivity condition, for example, in the near source condition. So, considering this, we developed, let's say, a case study which allow to validate the simulated ground motion, just, let's say, considering selecting two different set of ground motion, one from the well-known NGA West dataset and one from the BB speed set dataset, and then running some parametric analysis, we do a statistical validation basically to see if they provide in average or average terms of the same response. Now, in general, one of the obstacles that do not make the engineering community to use these simulated ground motion is that in general until now there was no software that was allowing the easy selection of these simulated ground motion. While always in the Polytechnic of Milano, they developed a code that is called Select and Match, which basically it has already implemented along with NGA West database and Simba database, also the BB speed set database, and it allows you to select, based, for example, on a defined target spectrum, simulated ground motion. Instead of going on with the presentation, since I have it open on the computer, I will just briefly show you how it works. Okay, this is it has a graphical interface. Basically, what you start to do, it is let me go here. You define a project, then you define a target spectrum. For example, I hope it works. Okay, I already defined one, but basically you can choose between, you can directly upload a spectrum, or you can use the Eurocode date 1 or the AUTH, just let's say inputting the acceleration and so on. Once I close it, no. Once the spectrum is defined, you may select a database. Here, for example, I already selected the BB speed dataset, but you can also select the NGA and the Simba all together, and then simply choosing here, for example, the number of accelerometers that you may want and the number of records for event, and so on and so on. You can then select the records. One important aspect that I want to highlight is that here you can even select if you want any record, or you just want, for example, the pulse-like records. Okay, so basically once you define all the parameters, for example, the magnitude range, the upper and lower bound where he has to compute the selection, then you may click on search. I hope it is working. And for example, okay, here I just put give me 7, but it generally gives all the one that they are available. For example, here, if I remember, I was maybe, if I can see 0.2, maybe I was putting the Eurocode spectrum for Napoli, so from 0.17G for the SLV limit state. But anyway, it finds all these records, and then you can easily download it just clicking on OK. So this is how it works. The code, the software. I will go back to the presentation, but we will skip, let's say, this part that was basically how it was carried out, this selection. So to validate these simulated ground motion, which are the one in blue, while the one from the NGA dataset are the one in red, we chose a case study application that in this case was for L'Aquila for a return period of 975, just to be sure to select in general the very strong ground motion with reference to a specific soil condition, which was the rock site. And as you can see, if I remember well, we found exactly 15 ground motion, which were compatible with all the, let's say, criteria from the two data sets. And we then consider, as I was saying, some parametric analysis. Basically, considering different single degree of freedom system with different hysteretic laws, with different characterized by different structural period, and also investigating the level of nonlinearity. So considering different strength reduction factors from 2, so more or less linear system to 8 strong nonlinear system. And we investigated and validated the engineering demand parameters, so the response of this simplified system, both in terms of peak response and in terms of cyclic response. So here just a comparison between 2 time history. This is just for comparison. It can be seen that when the level of nonlinearity is low, we have a very good comparison, while let's say exceeding, while increasing the level of nonlinearity, the comparison in general, it's not so good. Of course, here we are referring to different waveforms. So then this comparison was made directly, let's say, on all the recordings considered. We computed the response in terms of peak response and in terms of cyclic response between the 2 sets and between all, let's say, recordings. We computed the median value and also the 2 plus minus the standard deviation, and we saw that more or less they provide the same both peak response and cyclic response. So this is a way to validate this physics-based ground motion. Now the next step is the fragility curves. Of course, when we speak about fragility curves and physics-based simulation, we are referring to the analytical derived fragility function, and especially here I'm referring to one of the well-known approach, the cloud analysis. And in general, I think that I can skip this slide because it was already mentioned in the previous talks, what is a fragility function. But let's say that it requires the quantification of the probability of exceeding different limit state, damage state, through a numerical simulation of non-structural models, which are subjected to increasing level of seismic load. What is important is that we need to define a structural model, but we also have to select ground motion depending on the kind of analysis that we need to carry out. Now, if we just focus on the record selection that is generally performed when carrying out a cloud analysis, which is an analytical procedure that is based on not scaled ground motion, so as they are registered, as they are recorded, so without any scaling. In general, all these recording, they should cover a vast range of intensity measures. Now, also, let's say a significant portion of the selected recordings should lead a demand greater than the capacity, because we need to observe what is, let's say, happening in the, let's say, softening branch. We should avoid selecting both horizontal components of the same recording if let's say, the model is not ready. We should avoid selecting too many recordings from the same seismic event. And all these recordings, this is the last point, but maybe the most important, they should respect the focal mechanism. So, and especially the soil type where we are, let's say, of the specific site where we are carrying out our analysis. Now, which is the problem? That it's very hard to find the recordings for high level of ground shaking, which are rare and not easily observable. And in general, the recorded time history that are used for this kind of application are not set specific. So they are taken from a similar seismic tectonic context and set condition. So they neglect the specificity of the structure's location. So in this, what we can do, we can make use of the simulated ground motion. So what I'm going to show you in this slide is that we first selected only for this application, we first selected only recorded ground motion, so from different database, which are the gray one. And then we selected other 15 simulated ground motion to enrich the, let's say, the high intensity measure zone. So if you can see, this is the PGA domain they basically cover this range, as it can also be seen in these other figure. But let's see at this point if we run our analysis considering just the recorded set or a set which consider both, so the gray and the blue one, what we end up, what we obtain. This is the structural response. So here we have the intensity measure. Here we have our engineering demand parameter. And what we can see is that when we consider also the simulated ground motion, basically we go to investigate, I hope you can see my mouse, we go to investigate even this region where we have larger displacement. So considering the higher intensity measure, of course, we obtain a larger displacement, but also we can observe the softening of the structural response. Then, for the fragility computation, generally, these, let's say, these points, so engineering demand versus intensity measure, they are, we fit a regression. And as you can see, the black regression, which is the one that consider only the recorded, and the blue regression that consider also the simulated one, basically they tend to differ because the blue one tend to consider also the softening. So what is then the effect on the fragility function is that we have an increase. Oh, sorry. The black one refers only to the recorded, while the blue one refers also to the simulated. And basically we have an increase of the structural fragility. And this, so it is more pronounced. This is in this picture I'm instead showing for all the limit state. The continuous line refers to the recorded plus physics-based simulated data set, while the dashed only to the recorded. Basically, we have an increase of the fragility. So this is just an application, but we may understand that in general it has an important effect on the fragility function. But at this point, let's move a step forward. So to some preliminary results of the seismic risk assessment of Thessaloniki considering a physics-based simulated ground motion. And as a case study, we consider here the magnitude 6.5 Volvi earthquake happened in 1978. And on one, let's say, side, we consider the common approach where we generate a scenario from, let's say, what we can call in this application ground motion prediction equation approach, so making use of the ground motion prediction models. For example, here we used a Karen Boomer 2010, and we make use of the OpenQuake software to run this application. And the site amplification is considered by measured VS profile, which were available for the case of Thessaloniki. Instead, in the physics-based simulation, which was carried out again with speed, let's say the local site condition are considered by simplified approach, some infrared VS profile. Let's go again, let's go to see the results. Here we have a map, let's see the spatial distribution of the peak ground acceleration from, let's say, compared between the two different approaches. So as you can see, more or less the range of value, it is, they provide similar result, but the distribution is quite different. It's quite different, and if we compare this from the shake map model, maybe from just a visual inspection, we can see that we can say from that maybe the common approach, the one based on the ground motion prediction equation, it is more similar to the shake map provided by USGS. But then how this it is further reflected in the, let's say, distribution of damages. Here, just I'm just plotting with the same scale legend the distributed damages for the complete damage state, and as you can see, they are quite different, because in the case of the physics-based simulation, they are let's say concentrated in this southern part where there are some directivity effects, and so on. So the distribution is quite different. And also, if we aggregate all these damages, let's say all over the city, we obtain quite different results. So this is just a preliminary application, but to understand that these physics-based simulations, they must be validated before, let's say, being used in some engineering applications. So to some conclusion and actually also perspective is that a comprehensive study was carried out on simulated accelerogram to build confidence in the engineering, let's say, utilization of these simulated ground motion, starting from the simple nonlinear time history analysis to the fragility function and the seismic risk assessment. Then ground motion from the physics-based numerical simulation were used, in particular gathered in the BB speed set dataset, which should be used only when recorded motion are scarce, which we refer to the case of near source condition, and so also large periods, large linear period, which are not easily observable again, so higher intensity measure. Thus, to avoid, for example, the use of excessively large-scale factors. Preliminary results of this study suggest that the nonlinear structural response in terms of ductility demand and cyclic response can be reproduced by the simulated ground motion without any systematic bias. But when considering the physics-based scenario, the distribution of damages differs from the classical approach, so further research should be devoted for the fragility, but also for the seismic risk validation. I would like to thanks to my two colleagues, Giaiolin and Sriari Sangaraju from the Polytechnic of Milano, that they are working with the physics-based simulation and they provided me with the scenarios and with the ground motion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have time for a question or two.
Petros, if I can,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Thanks very much for your presentation, very interesting. And I was wondering, perhaps I lost the first part of the presentation because I received a telephone call. And so I was wondering, in this procedure, you speak about ductility and nonlinear response and so on. So the element that is considered are, I mean, building of standard like a reinforced concrete or something like that. I mean, or still, I suppose that you are not considering masonry building, and these come to another question. So the expectation at the territorial scale should consider some exposure, so distribution of typology. And I was wondering if this has been done in the application, or this is just the first approach for possible future application to structure that has obviously elastic response, ductile response, and so
on. Yes, I will answer first to the first question about these, let's say, first study, so with parametric analysis. For this validation, in terms of, let's say, the peak response demand and cyclic response demand, we considered for the analysis nonlinear single degree of freedom system. These, but we carried out some parametric analysis. What I mean is that actually we considered for these different hysteretic laws, which, for example, are available in the OpenSys software that we used for this application. And we also considered some degrading hysteretic response that may, let's say, characterize better the response of masonry structures. So let's say all the application that we did, they should cover more or less the response of structures in a simplified, very simplified way, but ranging from reinforced concrete up to even masonry structure, just because we consider different hysteretic laws. Regarding instead, the last part, actually, I didn't mention that, but yes, of course, we consider for this risk application, and so for the computation of the distributed damages, an exposure model that was developed here in Thessaloniki from, let's say, Rig and co-workers, and these, let's say, exposure model and fragility model, then along with the fragility model, they were used for the risk assessment. The only difference is that in this application, on one end, we consider the scenario that it is computed from the, let's say, applying the ground motion prediction equation. In the other case is directly inputting the results from the physics-based simulation, just to understand, let's say, the role of the scenario. But the exposure and the fragility models are the same in both cases.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I think we can maybe take a break as the schedule suggests. Before we do that, I want to thank all three presenters, of course, and we look forward for the ones coming up. It's 12:10. Let's say we have, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes break before we come back and continue. So let's say we come back at 12:40, and I mean Cyprus time, 11:40 Italian time. So
Okay, good. See you later.
okay.
Bye-bye.
So,
Thanks.
see you guys in a while.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye. Bye. Στεφανία, τι γίνεται?
Καλά, μια χαρά. Εσείς?
Καλά είμαστε κι εμείς. Απλώς άρχισαν να αυξάνονται οι βαθμοί στην Κύπρο από τις αμέσα Μαρτίου, οπότε αρχίζουμε και έχουμε ρένια για τον Ιούλιο. Τι θα γίνει.
Πειράζει, θα κάνετε και νωρίτερα μπάνιο.
Ε,
Νωρίτερα τα μπάνια στη θάλασσα.
Αυτά θεωρητικά ισχύουν. Πρακτικά τώρα πώς να ισχύσουν άμα όλη μέρα κάτι άλλο γίνεται.
Εντάξει.
Αλλά εντάξει, μια χαρά.
Σωστό και αυτό. Όποτε θέλετε μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
Θα κάνεις εσύ την επόμενη παρουσίαση.
Ναι.
Τώρα είναι. Κάτσε να σου κανένα λεπτό να σιγουρευτούμε ότι τέλος πάντων οι περισσότεροι είναι πίσω.
Okay.
Μετά είναι η δική σου η παρουσίαση μετά. Έχει ακόμα μια από δύο.
Είναι η παρουσίαση της Άστα.
Οκ. Εντάξει, μετά νομίζω να είναι πάλι η Λίντα ή ο Τζούλιο.
Είναι από το εργαστήριό μας και η Άστα.
Γεια σας κύριε Πιτιλάκη.
Τι κάνεις έτσι, Πριωτάκη?
Τρέχω κύριε Πιτιλάκη. Έγινε αθλητής μετεμποδίων.
Εντάξει.
Αλλά καλά είμαστε, δεν έχουμε παράπονο. Αν κρίνουμε από τα υπόλοιπα που συμβαίνουν στον κόσμο, εμείς είμαστε πολύ καλά.
Βγάλατε και πρόεδρο τώρα, μια χαρά είστε. Έχετε και κυβέρνηση.
Όλα έχουμε. Είμαστε κομπλέτ.
Από όλα έχετε. Γεροί να είστε.
Ναι, αυτό είναι το θέμα. Ότι ακούμε διάφορα τώρα τελευταίως. Εντάξει.
Ναι, εδώ στην Ελλάδα έχει πάθει ο κόσμος μεγάλο σοκ με αυτό που έγινε με τα τρένα.
Ναι, διότι ήταν και αχρίαστο. Αυτό είναι το πρόβλημα. Να ήταν κάτι γι' αυτό, αλλά...
Δηλαδή, εντάξει, ότι υπήρχε ένας συνεχής λοιπόν κίνδυνος που δεν το δίναμε σημασία και ξαφνικά μια συνδρομή 3, 4, 5 ανθρώπινων λαθών που έχουν ιστορία βέβαια γιατί δημιουργήθηκαν. Πάντως ξέρεις βρε Πέτρο τι με πειράζει σε όλη αυτή την ιστορία. Γίνονται συζητήσεις επί συζητήσεων, δικαίως, αδίκως, όπως θα τα δει λοιπόν ο καθένας. Αυτό που δεν συζητάει ποτέ κανείς είναι την ατομική ευθύνη.
Ναι.
Δηλαδή, αν κάνεις μια δουλειά, οποιαδήποτε δουλειά, από την πιο απλή ως την πιο σύνθετη και επικίνδυνη, σαν αυτή που έκανε αυτός τέλος πάντων, πρέπει πρώτα απ' όλα να έχεις συνειδητοποιήσει τη σημασία αυτού που κάνεις και να είσαι απολύτως υπεύθυνος. Δηλαδή, ο άλλος αυτός, ο υποτιθέμενος λίγο πιο έμπειρος, ας υποθέσουμε ότι αυτός έκρινε ότι είναι άπειρος. Εντάξει, μπορεί να ήταν άπειρος. Ήταν άπειρος, πράγματι. Εσύ γιατί φεύγεις μισή ώρα πιο νωρίς?
Ναι.
Εγώ αν ήμουν εκεί, θα καθόμουν μαζί του μέχρι άλλες 2 ώρες για να νιώσω... Δηλαδή, η ατομική ευθύνη πλέον, τουλάχιστον στην Ελλάδα, δεν ξέρω τι γίνεται λοιπόν στην Κύπρο, είναι ένα θέμα το οποίο το βγάζουμε απ' έξω. Όλοι οι άλλοι πρέπει να μας φροντίζουν. Εμείς την υπευθυνότητά μας την έχουμε στο χαμηλότερο δυνατό επίπεδο απαιτήσεων. Δεν λέω ότι σε αυτό οφείλεται, αλλά με ενοχλεί ότι δεν συζητείται καν στα κοινά μέσα τέλος πάντων, ότι σε τελευταία ανάλυση, βράδερφε, ο κόσμος έχει προχωρήσει λόγω της υπεύθυνης στάσης που κρατάνε οι άνθρωποι. Και αν στέκεται ο κόσμος όπως τον βλέπουμε έτσι, είναι χάρη στο 10, 15, 20% που έχουν την υπευθυνότητα ανά πάσα στιγμή και έχουν το αίσθημα της ευθύνης σε πολύ λοιπόν ανεπτυγμένο. είτε παίρνουν τίποτε, είτε πληρώνονται λοιπόν καλά. Δεν έχει να κάνει με τα πόσα παίρνεις. Δηλαδή δεν μεταφράζεται το τι κάνεις υποχρεωτικά με το πόσα λοιπόν παίρνεις, ότι τόσα μου δίνουν, άρα για τόσο δουλεύω. Αυτό μας οδηγεί σε αυτές τις καταστάσεις. Τέλος πάντων.
Δυστυχώς αυτά γίνονται. Τέλος πάντων.
Υπευθυνότητα, επομένως, όλα.
Τι πάμε. Στεφανία, τι λες? Είσαι επανέτοιμη?
Εγώ συμφωνώ με αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Πιtilakis, αλλά θα πρότεινα να προχωρήσουμε λίγο με τις παρουσιάσεις. Μπας και ξεχαστούμε λίγο, γιατί εμείς όλοι εδώ αυτές τις μέρες δεν συζητάμε για κάτι άλλο, όπως καταλαβαίνετε. Ήταν όντως μεγάλο το σοκ.
Well, the floor is yours.
Προχώρα.
Νομίζω μπορείς να κάνεις share το screen σου.
Just give me 1 minute. Do you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let me introduce myself. I am Stefania Apostolaki. I am a PhD student in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And today I'm going to talk about the seismic design and risk assessment of industrial facilities. Industrial facilities are a very important aspect of today's societies, as they are the backbone of their economies. There are several types, such as manufacturing plants, processing facilities, power plants, and warehouses and distribution centers. Some of them are of high risk due to the possible overall impact to the environment and the public health, if not properly designed and, let's say, maintained, operated. Especially when an incident occurs due to an extreme natural hazard, such as a flood or an earthquake. This is called the natural hazard triggered technological accident, also known as NATER. Possible consequences are explosion or fires, release of hazardous materials, and the economic losses, of course, not only due to the damage itself to the critical infrastructure, but also to the possible disruption of the supply chain or the production interruption time. Let's see a brief timeline for the most devastating earthquakes that triggered NATEC phenomena. Starting from 1964 with the Niigata earthquake in Japan to 2012 with the Emilia-Romagna earthquake. I will only highlight one of them, the one that probably most of us can still remember. In 2011, a very strong earthquake hit the coast of Tohoku in Japan, and there was a nuclear power plant there. The resulting tsunami caused serious damage to critical infrastructure, and we saw massive explosions, contamination of water, and a permanent quarantine zone. In today's presentation, we will focus more on the power plants and the petrochemical plants. Let's start with a few words about the power plants. There are several types, such as thermal power plants, which can either be coal-fired, gas-fired, oil-fired, or biomass, nuclear power plants, and hydroelectric, solar, wind, or geothermal power plants. Each one of them may have a wide variety of structures, components, interacting systems, and equipment, but let's mention only some of them. Steam turbines and their generators, boilers, cooling towers, stacks, and the electrical substation, of course. The petrochemical plants process crude oil into various useful products, such as gasoline, diesel, and fuel oil. You see here a schematic illustration, a simplified schematic illustration of this process. Again, there are main types of components. Let's just mention one or two of them: the distillation units and the utilities that provide steam, water, and power to the refining units. Some of the most common structures in the petrochemical plants are the storage tanks, concrete or steel buildings that house pumps, vessels, and other type of equipment, the cooling towers, the chimneys, the flare stack, which is actually a gas combustion device, and the pipelines. Now, the seismic risk assessment is the first and the most critical step for the risk mitigation measures. It consists of three main components: the seismic hazard, which is actually the probable level and intensity of ground motions occurring at a specific location within a certain period of time; the exposure model, in which we describe the structures of interest; and the accompanied fragility and vulnerability models that describe the degree of damage and the possible consequences for every element of the exposure model. Of course, there are some peculiarities and some specific limitations. First of all, as we already mentioned, the extremely complex nature of such facilities with various structures and interacting systems, the limited availability of fragility functions, the possible dynamic loading effects such as pounding and solid structure interaction, and the unavoidable uncertainties in this type of analysis. And last but not least, the lack of validated empirical data for the case of the industrial facilities. Let's now see what are the provisions of the Eurocodes for the seismic demand of such facilities. The current Eurocode date partially covers the design of industrial facilities. It is though limited to silos, tanks, and pipelines. It provides recommended values for importance factors for 4 importance classes. The industrial facilities are associated with the 4th class, and the recommended importance factor is 1.6. The national annexes, those may provide other values, which may differentiate for the various seismic zones of the country. Alternatively, the current Eurocode date provides the formula to calculate importance factor for a given return period. The ongoing revision of the Eurocode date suggests that appropriate return periods and performance factors should be selected based on the limit state and the consequence class of the structures. The significant damage limit state is recommended, in which the structure and its ancillary elements are significantly damaged, but both retain their structural integrity with controlled leakage of contents, which we are very interested in. You see here the respective tables with the return periods and the performance factors. The industrial facilities are associated with the consequence class 3. For example, for the return period of the 2,500 years, the recommended performance factor is 1.8. However, the use of importance factors or the performance factor is only a simple linear scaling of the response spectrum. It would be more meaningful to choose a higher return period instead of importance factors. The ESHM 20 is used to this direction, as it provides seismic hazard maps and uniform hazard spectra for different return periods for the whole Europe. Let's see some of the results of ESHM20. It provides the hazard curves and the UHS for 5 mean return periods, starting from 50 years to 5,000 years. The hazard maps for all intensity measure types and all return periods. And the ESHM20 also provides the 2 seismic hazard parameters for the return period of S alpha and for the return period of 475 years. It provides hazard maps for the S alpha and the Z beta parameters, which are used to anchor the horizontal elastic response spectrum. You see here the shape of the elastic response spectrum. The S alpha is the plateau of the spectra, whereas the S beta is the spectral acceleration at the vibration period of 1 second. These are the maps. On the left, we see the S alpha map, and on the right, we see the S beta map. These maps are considered by the CEN committee as an acceptable representation of the seismic hazard in the Europe for the return period of 475 years. Similarly, we can, and at some point we did, develop S alpha and S beta maps for higher return periods. But we will see more on that later on. In the framework of this presentation, we will see 2 applications about the implication of the ESHM20 to the seismic design of industrial facilities. This is a work under publication by Pitilakis et al. It will be released very soon. We examined 79 industrial sites in 9 countries. We calculated the response spectra for all conditions and considering side effects for the return periods of 475 years and 2,500 years. We used the current code in force, which from now on is the approach 1, and the revised Eurocode date with the S alpha and S beta for the return period of 475 years that is provided from the ESHM20, which from now on will be the approach 2. For the case of the 2,500 years, we considered the importance factor of 1.6, that is the recommended value proposed by the current code, the current Eurocode date, and the performance factor of 1.8, which is the recommended value for proposed by the revised Eurocode date. Excuse me. In order to identify how much the adoption of the revised Eurocode date is going to affect the seismic design action, we decided to calculate 2 ratios. On the left, we see this chart. This refers to the ratio of the maximum spectral acceleration of the approach 2 to the maximum spectral acceleration of approach 1. And on the right, we see the respective ratios for the spectral acceleration at the vibration period of 1 second. As we can see, there is not a particular pattern. In some countries, such as in Belgium, in France, and in Switzerland, the possible adoption of the revised Eurocode date would lead to a decrease of the design action. Whereas for some other countries, such as in Greece, for some of the sites of Greece, we see that the plateau values are generally increased. Another thing that we can notice is that the ratios are constant or almost identical sometimes for the 2 different return periods. For the green marker is for the 475 years, and the blue marker is for the 2,500 years. These are the results for the reference rock case. And when considering the local site conditions, we see the very same image, more or less, which means that the ratios do not seem to be significantly affected by the consideration or not of the local site conditions. Previously, we mentioned that it would be more meaningful to choose higher return period instead of importance factors. So we tried to calculate the alpha and the beta maps for return periods higher than 475 years. How we did it? We used the UHS from ISTOS 20, which is already available through the FED platform for the return periods of 975 years, 2,500 years, and 5,000 years. In order to compute the S alpha value, we first identify the spectral period TP, which corresponds to the peak of the UHS, and then we calculate the average spectral value over the range of periods between half of this stuff TP and 1.5 times TP. This beta value is directly the UHS value for the spectral period of 1 second. Let's see those maps. On the left is the map for the S alpha value, and on the right is the map for the S beta value. These are the maps for the return period of 975 years, 2,500 years, and finally for the return period of 5,000 years. Let's move on to our last application. Let's imagine that we have a hypothetical steel storage tank located in three areas. The first one will be the Thessaloniki refinery area. The second will be in the Eni refinery Livorno area in Italy. And the last one will be the Vasilikos power station located in the southern part of Cyprus. The seismic design will refer to the return period of 2,500 years. And we will examine three approaches. The first one will always be the current code in force. The second will always be the revised Eurocode with the S alpha and S beta already provided from the ISTOS 20 for the return period of 475 years, multiplied by the performance factor of 1.8. Whereas the third approach will be the revised Eurocode again, but with the developed S alpha and S beta maps directly for the 2,500 years. As you see here, for the Thessaloniki refinery area is located on the first zone of the current seismic hazard map of Greece. Once again, we calculated the elastic response spectrum for rock conditions and considering site effects. The VS30 is almost 300 meters per second, which is associated with a soil type C. As we can see here, the first approach of the current Eurocode date leads to a spectra significantly lower than the revised Eurocode date approaches 2 and 3. This is reflected to the PGA values, where the PGA is 0.29 G for the approach 1 and almost 0.52 G for the other two approaches. We adopted the seismic fragility curves for anchored and unanchored tanks from hazards. As you see, these type of fragility curves use the PGA as the intensity measure to describe the behavior of the tanks. So we calculated the expected probabilities of being in each damage state for this hypothetical steel storage tank. This is for the case of Thessaloniki. And as we expected, the approaches 2 and 3 lead to higher risk, to increase the probabilities, let's say, for the complete damage and the extensive damage states, compared to the first approach of the current code. So now let's move on to the any refinery Livorno area. This time, the current code in force is the NTC 2018, which directly provides the seismic hazard parameters for the 2,500 years return period. Once again, we calculated the elastic response spectrum. On the left, we see the spectra for the reference rock, and on the right, we see the spectra when considering the site effects. You see here that there are significant discrepancies. Excuse me. Okay. The approach 2, in this case, of the revised Eurocode date with a performance factor of 1.8 leads to a significantly lower spectra than the other two approaches. The third approach with a developed S-alpha and S-beta maps seems to lead to almost identical PGA as the one of the current practice. The PGA is almost 0.33 in approaches 1 and 3, whereas approach 2 underestimates these values as it leads to a PGA of 0.25. Once again, this is, of course, reflected to the expected damages. We see here that the percentages for the first approach and the third approach are almost identical, whereas in the second approach, we see less damages. Finally, let's now suppose that this storage tank is now located in the Vasilikos power station area in Cyprus. The Vasilikos power station is located in the third zone of the current seismic hazard map of Cyprus. We see here the elastic response spectrum. The discrepancies here are not that significant, let's say, compared to the other two locations. But once again, the PGA of the third approach with the developed S-alpha and S-beta maps is almost identical. It's identical to the approach 1, whereas the approach 2, which is the performance factor approach, underestimates a bit this PGA value. This is, of course, reflected through the probabilities of being in each damage state. The approach 3 leads to almost the same results as the approach 1, whereas the approach 2 leads to less damages. We repeated this process for the 3 locations and for the 3 approaches, also for other types of structures. a steel process tower, 2 steel chimneys, one of 30 meters high and one of 80 meters high, and one concrete chimney. And finally, pressurized reactors and pumps. Let's not stay on all this very much because we were led to more or less the same results. I would just like to mention that sometimes we are not only interested to the structural damage, but we are interested to the possible consequences, like here. We are interested more on the level of the loss of containment. We presented the preliminary results on the potential impact of the adoption of the ESM 20 and the ongoing revision of the Eurocode date on the seismic demand of industrial facilities in Greece. To do so, we compared the elastic response spectrum, taking into account importance factors and the local site conditions. We saw that further research is needed, as for some countries, such as in Greece, ESM 20, combined with the revised Eurocode date, is expected to have significant impact on the design of new facilities and the risk assessment of the existing ones. This is an ongoing work within the Working Group 13 of the European Association of Earthquake Engineering, also for other European countries. We will attempt to expand this research to all the locations of the power and petrochemical plants in Europe. We will try to investigate essential structures and systems, and we will try to validate and test the existing seismic risk assessment methodologies. Finally, we will try to assess the seismic risk of a real case industrial facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefania.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Stefania. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. Maybe we can move on then to the next presentation. Yes, it's we can see that, yes.
Astha, you are muted.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yes, yes, fine.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Astha Poudel, and I'm doing my PhD at Aristotle University with Professor Kyriazis Pitilakis. And the topic for my presentation is evaluation of systemic risk and vulnerability of critical infrastructures, including utility system. Okay, so let's start with what is critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructures are the asset and the system that are vital for the society and whose damage or destruction can lead to the serious consequences to the health, safety, and socioeconomic well-being of the population. So we should know that let's see some motivation. Why are we doing this? So our infrastructures are at risk. Let's see some example. In Christchurch earthquake, we can see like many pipelines were damaged, pumping stations were collapsed, and you can see like the road here because of the geographical interdependency. There is some obstruction to the road. Let's say in the Kobe earthquake, like there was also a massive damage to the infrastructure system. About 1.4 million residents lost their electricity, gas, and water supplies due to the damaged pipeline and transmission lines. And also we can see in Kumamoto earthquake, like even though there was not a direct damage to the road, the interruption was due to the adjacent buildings that collapsed. So we can get some sense how important it is to do the risk assessment of the critical infrastructures. And also because of the increased demand of the services, because of rapid urbanization, we are more relying on the critical infrastructures. Because of the globalization, even if there is an effect to a critical infrastructure at one part of the world, it might cross the international boundaries because our infrastructures are aging, and also because of the increasing complexities and interdependencies. It is important to do a risk assessment of the critical infrastructure. So this is the part for the motivation for us. And now, how can we represent abstractly? How can we characterize spatially the built-up environment? We can, as we can see in the previous slides also, we know a little bit of this. The built-up environment can be abstractly represented as point-like components for the critical facilities like hospitals or the firefight stations. We can represent them as area-like component for the residential areas, because for the residential buildings, it is very difficult to represent them as a point. So it is easier if we represent them as area-like components. And the line-like components for the networks, for example, water supply system, transportation system, where we have to have the composition of the nodes and the aces. So this is how we abstractly represent our built-up environment. And we should also understand that infrastructure behaves as a system. When we say system, when I'm telling systemic, it means it relates or affects the whole of a system rather than just part of it. For example, there is a water supply system and there is a damage to a pipeline. So we don't expect the damage only to be nearby the pipeline, but the effect might propagate to even other end of the city. So we should think this as a systemic approach, and these are some of the tools of the system thinker. Here we can see it. And when we think about the urban system, there are various structures and interlinkages. There are various aspects like physical, social, economical, and ecological. And even within the physical system, there are interdependencies between them. For example, water supply system cannot operate without a proper functioning of the electric power network. So even within the physical system, there are a lot of interdependencies. And my research is basically focused on the interdependencies within the physical system. And when we talk about the interdependencies, let's see some basics. It might be physical. That means like one system depends on the other for the operation. Geographical, which is due to the co-located system, and the cyber due to the information sharing, and logical, which are not defined by physical, geographical, and cyber. Those are the logical interdependencies. And the interdependencies can be the intradependencies or interdependencies. By intradependencies, I mean, like in the water supply system, the pumping stations, pipelines, treatment plants, demand nodes, they are interrelated within a system. And by interdependencies, I mean there is a between two systems, let's say electric power network and water supply system. The substation of a water supply system needs power from transmission substation to work. So these are the interdependencies. And infrastructure risk assessment at system level around the globe is still limited. It has happened in some places, but it is like very, very limited, even though it is so important because of the high consequences it poses. And this, because we have recognized this because of the complexity of the system behavior. Another is the paucity and heterogeneity of the data and the methods available. And the most important is the lack of powerful, open, globally used tools that gives a common platform from hazard modeling to the infrastructure risk assessment at the system level. So if we don't have a good tool, if we don't have a tool that can be used easily by the user, we cannot expect it to be done extensively. So that is the main cause why it is still limited. So now we will discuss about the implementation of infrastructure risk assessment to the open tool. And this is the paper describing it. It is under review and hopefully will be published soon. Here we are considering only interdependencies. Okay, some of the tools that already exist for the critical infrastructures are HAJUS, INCORE, WNTR, or OPIM tools that was developed during the synergy. But one of the most important drawback of all these tools is like they don't have a very good hazard characterization. And also they are region specific, like for example, they can be used in USA, or the OPIMs is particularly focused in Europe, but we cannot expect like a global users of these tools. And also HAJUS and INCORE, they have infrastructure risk assessment, but they do not include a system level analysis. And WNTR, it is only for the water supply. So we realize that it should be implemented to a tool that would aid the extensive users. Now let me talk about the synergy project. During the synergy project, a tool was developed which is called OPIMS, and it is a major milestone towards the systemic risk assessment. It has laid a conceptual foundation for the consideration of risk to buildings, critical infrastructures, and the critical facilities. And we can see the methodology that was developed during the synergy project. So it has laid a major foundation, but however, as I said, the hazard characterization is not enough. And also it is very complex to use. That's why we thought that we should incorporate the infrastructure risk assessment to OpenQuick. So why OpenQuick? Because OpenQuick is a contemporary, globally used, widely accepted, and user-friendly tool. We have many users from OpenQuick, so that is one of the reasons. And also OpenQuick so far already has a large hazard library with maximum number of GMPs, almost more than 250. And also has a strong foundation to compute the risk and vulnerability of the structures already at the component level. It doesn't have for the system, for the connectivity level, but it already has the good tool until the component level. And also we expect that combination of the capabilities of this powerful platform with systemic methodology will result in a wide uses of systemic approach and establish the extensive practical uses of it, which will help in the better mitigation plans and recovery models for the community resilience. So this is the basic methodology that we have used for implementing the infrastructure risk to OpenQuick. So first, we need the attributes of the exposure. For example, location, taxonomy, type, whether it is the edge or the nodes, what is the start node, where is the end node, what is the graph type. I will come to it in a while, so we will understand. Specification of the node, is it a demand, or is it a source, or is it a supply, or is it just the intermediate one, and weights and others. So with this, we have the attributes of the nodes and the edges, and we prepare the exposure modeling. And from the exposure modeling, it will be prepared for the component level, and also we create an original network. From the seismic hazard point of view, we can do it like a scenario-based approach or event-based probabilistic approach. Because they behave as a system, because they behave as a network, it is worth not using the classical probabilistic method, but using the event-based probabilistic method. And we have to have the gram motion, and also we need to include the liquefaction landslide boost from the permanent ground deformation. And then we go to the fragility assessment. The fragility curves, we know it can be done by empirical, analytical, expert judgment way. And then we assign the damage. Then with the help of the consequence modeling, we assign the operationality of the component. And with that, we update the network that we have initially created, and then we do the network analysis. And depending on if we need a connectivity level analysis or serviceability analysis, we either do topological based network analysis or we do the flow based network analysis. For this to be consistent with many type of infrastructures, let's say water supply, transportation, we are now just focused to the connectivity level analysis. And how we do the connectivity analysis is through the network-based analysis. And it was started from the Leonard Euler, from the 7 bridges of Königsberg. It is very interesting. You can see it later if you want. And the networks or the graphs, what are it? Like they are the combination of the set of vertices and the edges connecting those vertices. And the networks can be stored as adjacency matrix or adjacency list, as you can see it here. And let's go to some basic networks. Could be simple undirected, simple directed, where there is a direction between the 2 nodes. It can be multi-directed. Let's say for a transportation network, there might be 3 lanes. And another basic thing is we need to understand what is connected graph and what is disconnected graph. So the connected graph are the ones where we can reach to every other nodes from other nodes, like from A to F, we can easily go. From C to D, we can go. But for in the disconnected graph, if we want to reach from A to E, it is impossible because it is disconnected at DE. So these are some of the basics that is needed to do the connectivity analysis. And I put so that we can easily understand the concept. And after the implementation, so what are the results that we can get after doing the connectivity analysis? One is the complete connectivity loss. In complete connectivity loss, what we check is before earthquake, how many demand nodes are connected to the supply nodes. Let's say by supply nodes, I mean the tanks or the source. To like before earthquake, how many demand nodes are connected, and after earthquake, due to the fragmentation of the crabs, because of the damage in the pipelines or some other components, how many demand nodes are completely isolated. So in complete connectivity loss, we can easily identify the worst case scenario when the nodes could be completely isolated. For example, we can identify the settlement which will not have any access to the hospital, or we can identify the school with no water supply at all after the earthquake event. Another is the partial connectivity loss. In partial connectivity loss, we check before earthquake to how many source nodes each demand node is connected, and after earthquake to how many source nodes it is connected. We see the difference of the number of source nodes connected before and after, and it helps to measure the average reduction in the ability of the demand node to receive the flow from services. And even though it is based on the topological based method, we can indirectly get the insight of the quality of service to each node too. Another is weighted connectivity loss. In weighted connectivity loss, it complements the partial connectivity loss by giving the weights to the edges. And another one is the efficiency loss, which is very handful when we don't have a good information about the supply and demand, or where there is a case in a network where each node is important. For example, let's say the accessibility for each of the institutional building in an urban area. Like each institutional building is important, so we cannot really distinguish between the demand and supply. For those things, efficiency loss would be very handful. So these are the 4 performance indicators that we can compute from the OpenQuake, like from our implementation. And to showcase the demonstration, I am presenting a illustrative example showing the case study of Thessaloniki. We are considering the water supply system of Thessaloniki. Here you can see the pumping station. Where are the tanks, where are the demand nodes and the pipelines. And for the hazard, we can either consider the scenario-based seismic hazard analysis or the event-based probabilistic hazard analysis, as I have already mentioned. We have considered the 1978 Thessaloniki earthquake for the scenario-based approach. We can see here the distribution of the PZA and the PZV these are some of the information like how we have considered the earthquake rupture, what is the GMP model we have considered, that is from Acker and Bomer, and what is the local site condition that we have considered, that is from the microzonation study from Anastasia et al. 2010. And we can also consider the event-based probabilistic seismic hazard analysis from the previous previous presentation, we already know that it can be directly implemented in the OpenQuake, so it is also possible. And for the fragility curves, like for the pumping station, we have considered the fragility curve from SRM Live 2007. And for the tanks, we have considered one from the HAJUS. And for the pipelines, we have considered the one from the ALA, which correlates the repair rate and the PZV. And after doing the connectivity analysis in OpenQuake, now we can see the complete connectivity loss and partial connectivity loss for the water supply system of Thessaloniki in the urban scale. We don't have weighted connectivity loss because we are not considering the weights and efficiency, because it is not appropriate when we have a clear distinguish between the supply and the demand. So here we can see the complete connectivity loss is like 0.35, 0.4. And this is a lot. 0.03 is a lot, because in a population of 1 million city, 0.03, it means almost 30,000 people will not have water supply system in this scenario. So this is one of the results that I have shown. And another is we can also check it in the nodal level. So we did a Monte Carlo simulation for 1,000 simulations for the scenario base. And then among those 1,000 simulations, we see like considering the complete connectivity loss, how many percentage, like in what percentage the demand nodes were completely isolated. So we can see these nodes are crucial, and we should think about it when we do some mitigation or recovery plans. And also for the partial connectivity loss, we can see at the nodal level, like which of the nodes are, which of the demand nodes could be more vulnerable after the earthquake event. And also we projected, according to the complete connectivity loss, we projected it into a district level to the population. So we can see like in this south, we can see like more population will be affected aftermath the earthquake due to the damage in the component of the water supply system. And now let's see something about the interdependencies also, which I have been working on, and I have some preliminary results. So the interdependencies considered is between the electric power network and the water supply system, and specifically the dependence of the pumping stations of the water supply system to the transmission substation of the electric power network. And these are the different transmission substations that we have considered. And this, as you know, it is the water supply system, the base. And the transmission substations, they are of two types. One is like closed type, which is enclosed inside the building, and another is the open type. These closed type are more vulnerable, as you can see from the fragility curves. And these fragility curves are again taken from SRM Live 2007. And when we see the overall performance, when we don't consider the interdependencies, and when we consider the interdependencies, the mean connectivity loss is almost double. So now we can see like how important it is to consider the interdependencies between the two systems. And okay, so we know what happens, so like if we consider the interdependencies. And also we should think like the resources are always limited. The budget is always limited, the manpower is always limited. So we should do some prioritization of the mitigation strategies in the preparedness and recovery phase. So for that, we see like at the component level for this 6 transmission substation, at the component level, we can see the probability of damage. Number 6, which is of closed type, is more vulnerable, but 1 to 5, they are comparable. So how can we prioritize the retrofitting measure or some upgrading measure? That is by looking at the effect to water connectivity loss due to the failure of each transmission substation. So from here, like 6 is the one which is very crucial, that affects the water connectivity loss. And also we can see like 4 and 5 are also very crucial in terms of the connectivity. So from here we can realize like after 6, 4 and 5 should be given more emphasis in terms of mitigation. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, giving a short brief about what I have presented. One is infrastructure risk assessment is still limited and should be carried out extensively. and systemic approach is critical when modeling the seismic risk assessment of interconnected critical infrastructures. With this realization, it is important to implement the infrastructure risk to the open tool, which we did by implementing it to OpenQuery, and it shall assist the extensive and practical uses by many stakeholders and communities. And the methodology and metrics which we think are optimum for the current connectivity analysis by leveraging upon the wealth of the previous knowledge was formulated and implemented, and the illustration was shown through the case study of Thessaloniki, water supply system of Thessaloniki. And from the application, we can also see this type of analysis is very helpful to identify the priority for mitigation measures, also do the allocation of redundant power supply system and action, and also prioritize the action in the recovery process with respect to the impacted process. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I would like to thank the previous project Synergy, and also from OpenQuery, Peter Silva and Anupit Rao, who has helped in this process, and Urbasis, which is funding my project. Thank you so much. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Astha. Any questions or comments? Is the word below thank you, is it in is it a language or is it just a graph? I mean a sketch.
No, it's thank you. It's a Aristo in Greek and it's Dhanyavad in Nepali. I'm from Nepal, so.
Okay, well, thank you. So, can we move to the next presentation, or? I think we can. I mean, if there's no questions.
Okay, Petros, should be me.
It's the last presentation, Giulio, so I'm thinking it's no other.
Okay, so before lunch. Okay. Well, my presentation will be light, no graph, no formulas, no algorithms. So this is good before, after, I mean, so many hours speaking about much clever things. So I put the just a minute the sharing of the screen. Okay. Right. I hope you will see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how to eliminate this bar on top that covers some part of the
You mean
yeah, this one that is here, where is the old command of the,
if you push F5, what is going to happen?
let me push F5.
Yes.
F5. Nothing. I am a Macintosh, so.
It's a Mac. You cannot go and say to do a slide presentation. Usually it's at the bottom.
No, that's fine. No, for me, slide presentation.
Yeah, that one.
No, the problem is that when I do slide presentation, it remains, you see, on top.
But we don't see it. We only see a full screen.
You see full screen.
Yes.
I see this. Okay.
So you only have the privilege.
Okay, I am the only one that have this privilege. Okay, good. So what we will discuss now is I mean, one of the biggest issue that the Commission is pointing out in all the call for Horizon Europe project since let's say at least last 5 or 6 years. That is the goal for integrating disaster risk reduction or disaster risk management and climate change adaptation. In disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management, implicitly, there is the prevalence of a geohazard, so earthquake, volcanic eruption, and but you know that a lot of disasters like the inundation, the landslide, are very much I mean, connected with the precipitation, for instance, and or other kind of impact, like the increment of the death per year due to heat waves crisis, has recently, I mean, pushed the Commission to include the disaster by climate change in the process of a more general management of the civil protection cycle, and that we will discuss in a few minutes, and to distinguish all the action that can be done by the classical geohazard measure for reduction from impact of earthquakes, of eruption, and so on, in order to combine and to take into account that this can be conjugate by all the action that can be done to reduce the impact and the consequence of the climate change event. All this goes under the acronym of CCA, climate change adaptation. Adaptation in the world of climate change, be careful, is not mitigation, because while in the geohazard with the engineering approach we speak about mitigation when we reinforce the structure, for instance, in the climate change terminology, mitigation is the reducing of CO2, and this is something that we cannot do straightforward by just only work on the action that the municipalities, the local authorities can do with the local authority governance, but it's something that has to be decided at a very high level, at the global level, from all the countries around the world, that should take, as they have done in the past, actually, some commitment to reduce the production of CO2. So, but we start, and we will, along our presentation, describe a bit more which are the difference between climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, of which the integration is the real achievement that the Commission want to do, and is the subject of our discussion. So first of all, a few description of the terminology. Disasters, disaster risk, risk assessment. So disasters is defined as a serious disruption of the functioning of a community, of a society, involving widespread human, materials, economic, environmental losses and impact. So which exceed the ability of affected community or society to cope using its own rescue resources of rescue, of course. Disaster risk is the potential disaster losses in lives, health, status, livelihood, assets, and service, which could occur to a particular community or society over some specific future time or period. Okay, so it's a potential loss. Risk assessment is a methodology to determine and to quantify then the nature and extent of risk by analyzing potential odds and evaluating existing conditions of vulnerability that together could potentially harm exposed people, property, services, and so on which they depend. Again, disaster risk management. What do we mean for disaster risk management? This is the systematic process of using administrative directives, organization, and operational skill and capacity to implement strategies, policies, and improved coping capacity in order to lessen the adverse impact of hazard and the possibility of disaster. Right. Disaster risk reduction, that is another acronym that we have used in our title of the presentation, is the concept and the practice of reducing disaster risk through systematic effort to analyze and manage the causal factors of disasters, including through reduced exposure to hazard, lessened vulnerability of people and property, wise management of land and environment, and improved preparedness for adverse events. Generally, we have a very robust activity on disaster risk reduction regarding earthquakes, regarding eruptions, regarding even some hydrogeological event. But we don't have so much regarding climate change events. Disaster risk reduction plan is a document prepared by the authority, sector, organization, and enterprise that set out goals and specific objectives for reducing disaster risk together with the related action to accomplish these objectives. So you understand soon that disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction, and disaster risk reduction plan are obviously very much connected among these. But this has been developed in the past mainly for geohazard phenomena. And the requirement that we want to underline in this presentation that now is more and more important to discuss about disaster risk management, a disaster risk reduction plan, not just only speaking about geohazard, but also speaking about climate change phenomena. Also because part of the climate change phenomena are very much connected with the sum of the geohazard event, like all the hydrogeological one, like inundation, landslide that is a consequence sometime of precipitation. Some other times it's consequence of earthquakes, but then we introduce another concept, in this case, that is cascading effect. So disaster management cycle that I mentioned before. You have a disaster that is the end of the starting of the cycle. You have a disaster. You can respond to this disaster according all the preparation that you have done. So according activities during a disaster, how you are able to give an answer after disaster, rescue and search and rescue, organization of the technical management of emergency, evaluation of the feasibility of infrastructure, of the buildings, of the roads. Then there is the phase of recovery, that is the activities that can give temporary housing, claims processing and grants, long-term medical care, and so on. Then mitigation activities that reduce the effect of result, building code and zoning, vulnerability analysis, retrofitting, public education, and so on. And then preparedness is the activity that is done in peacetime, as I say. So preparedness plan, civil protection plan, emergency exercise, training, warning system, communication to the population, increment of the awareness of the population, and that then is more or less to to work on resilience, to make a resilience increase. Okay, so this disaster management cycle was born many years ago for the civil protection, and was intended and taught for geohazard events. The classical example is the earthquake. So the earthquake occurs, and all the other cycle in the consequence is developed, waiting for the next earthquake, basically. And at each cycle, we should measure how we improve the preparedness, how we improve the response, how we improve the action of mitigation or recovery, and so on in our organization. We already discussed many times in our previous virtual training, but even in the previous presentation, the difference between the risk and the scenario. The risk is the probability of that a predetermined level of damage to predetermined element at risk, like people, building, infrastructure, caused by a natural event occurring in a given period of time in a certain geographical areas. So, in a way, the risk is a convolution of probability of all possible events that occur in that area. You could have so the evaluation of damage as a cumulative damage in a site in Naples, for instance, for all the possible events that occur that affect Naples. So the event could occur in Irpinia, in Sicily, in Calabria, in on the sea. I mean, in everywhere there is a geological fault, as we call the seismogenetic area. So, okay, while the scenario is the probabilistic distribution of damage caused by a single event with the probability of occurrence assigned, that is called reference scenario, in a given geographical area. So the scenario is one single extraction of one of the possible events that could affect Naples among all the possible, that is family. The family coming from Irpinia, the family coming from Sicilia, the family coming from the sea. I mean, all the possible potential events. So while the risk is the convolution of many probability, and these in a way normalize between 0 and 1, the scenario is what we need to quantify the impact. These are the definition of the risk that we already have discussed many times. Just for completeness, I want to just to mention rapidly. Hazard is probability of occurrence of all possible events of a given magnitude in a specific area and specific period of time. Exposure is probability of extension, quantity, and quality of different anthropic elements which characterize the examined area, so like a population, building, facilities, whatever, whose condition and or functioning can be damaged, altered, or destroyed by natural specific event. Vulnerability, the exposure can be even identified by grouping the element at risk in different categories that has the same characteristic, the same sensitivity, the same typologies and capacity to respond to a different action and different strength of hazard. Vulnerability is the probability of people, building, of the element at risk, in other words, to show damage or change of condition under the effect of a natural specific event. So, for disaster management cycle, we should approach the knowledge of and in order to get knowledge, you should know hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. Forecast of impact, so simulation and quantification of impact expected for one single event. Planning to prevent, so mitigation of exposure and vulnerability. Emergency management and reconstruction, that is recovery. You can work obviously at a territorial scale or punctual scale. Punctual scale could be a deterministic analysis of the capacity of a single building to respond to such action, given action like acceleration or whatever. At the territorial scale, you obviously should work on building class, as we discussed before, vulnerability classes that have a range of probabilistic response, a probabilistic range of response that will give you which are the probability that a building that is a part of a family, of a class of vulnerability buildings, which is the probability that this building will respond well in a medium or in a very bad way. So having a different level of collapse. This is more or less the definition of vulnerability. Also, for instance, in case of volcanic eruption, this is another example. You can have a building family exposed to combined and punctual level, and you can obviously study the design of the single building once you have to rebuild the territory. And so, for instance, taking into account the shape that could be pinched like this one, and even in terms of effect of ashfall for a volcanic eruption. So in this case, punctual and territorial scale, what I want to underline, goes in parallel, because even before, in order to give a good assignment of vulnerability class, you should control, sample of building, and so goes through a building punctual analysis in order to say, okay, this building performs like this other, and we can put together in the same class. So it's obviously a simplification that we do, but all the simplification are more reliable as much you know the more complex model, and you control the complex model. This is an example in Italy of the seismic hazard, the hydrogeological hazard, volcanic hazard, industrial hazard, and mining oil extraction hazard. These are all analysis that has been done at the territorial scale, I would say at the national scale, in order to give some information to the civil protection and to the government for the governance. Don't forget that all this simplification that is not acceptable from the scientific point of view, if you want to study the single element at risk, are very useful and very and widely accepted for governance, for programming measure of a reduction of the impact at a larger scale. And so this is for insurance, for instance, also. So this is very, very useful for this. You know that there is a well-known case at Seveso, or L'Aquila earthquake, that characterized by document of huge impact and attention from the science and decision makers around the consistent research background and supporting tool development has been implemented in the last decade for kind of event that are well known and of which these are very well studied: Vesuvius, Seveso, L'Aquila. But some other are completely almost unknown. Like, for instance, the case of Val d'Angri. Val d'Angri is has a very high seismic risk, but there is a very significant community of people, volunteers, and resilience experience that have been around, and all the area of Val d'Angri has a huge potential cascading effect, because there are the central power, hydroelectric power, there are dikes, and so on. So the population around has grown up a sensible consciousness that has developed a significant community, and there are a lot of that work on that, of volunteers, and there is a lot of experience of resilience action and experience, but is not so much known in Italy. Okay, disaster risk management and climate change adaptation is a global and European priority. What you see here is how change the risk according to the geographic area in Europe. You see that in the North Europe, the extreme events are prevalent, while in the south of Europe, seismic and volcanic are prevalent. So hydrogeologic is always very much, prevalent all over Europe on respect to the others, and is much more frequent as well. Nevertheless, the earthquakes and volcanic are extremely strong and huge consequences, and are more diffuse in the south of Europe. This is the same, but at the global level. You see always in the north hurricane, winter storm, in the south earthquakes, well, wildfire is everywhere, to be honest. These show you which kind of event has the combination of impact and likelihood. And we have an extreme event, extreme weather event, and of course also natural disasters and failure of climate change and mitigation adaptation. So you see that extreme event, natural disaster, and climate change is really in poor position. So we can group within the cycle of the disaster risk management, the action that are in pre-event, let's say in peacetime, as we say, and in post-event, that is during the emergency. So in the pre-event or in peacetime, we have all the mitigation and adaptation measure and preparedness. So we can make a lot of exercise, we can increment our capacity to react, and we can grow our muscle to be effective in short times after an event. Mitigation and adaptation are long-term measure, and mitigation could be done for reducing of CO2 for climate change, but is something that we cannot do at the local level, and even the capacity to reduce the CO2 at state level are not so much, because if all the other countries do not follow, there are some disequilibrium of market that nobody intend to assume, to accept. So mitigation in terms of climate change is a very complex issue. While mitigation for geohazard is something more feasible, because you can make some reinforcement of building, bridges, and so on. While the post-event is to be prepared for recovery and an immediate response to help people. And so, of course, preparedness and response and recovery are very much connected. But however, preparedness is something that is done in peacetime, while response and recovery is the application of what you have learned and you have prepared. So, as I said before, at the global level, there has been done a lot of action. There are a lot of documents like Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Agreement on Climate, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and so on. So as at European level, we have the EU Action Plan on Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction from 2015 and 2030, overview of natural and man-made disaster risk the European Union may face, the APCC report series, and so on, and the UNISDR global assessment. All this document has to be taken into account when we work on this. Actually, this was the goal, not the goal, the subject of an European project that we coordinated that was called Espresso. I think there is still something on the web that was a supporting action for DG research. And actually on the base of that, we are now living this Horizon framework. Horizon Europe was based on the results of this guideline and vision paper that we produce in Espresso for the future issue topics where the research was required, and the research and all the project, the gap, the needs, and the requirements of this issue: disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, integration. What you see here is is the 5 missions that we at the time selected, and one is the better data for a resilient future. Another one is improved risk and impact assessment. Another one is in risk governance and the partnership. Another one is a human behavior. And the last one is overcoming the implementation gap in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. You see that this is this infographic show that there are some common bullets, some common points. So as it was like if it was the map of a tube, of an underground. Now we will show quickly, because there is no time to go in detail of each of these, all the issues that each mission involves, and all the issue that has to be taken into account, and that, and also, of course, the common point that different mission can should should evaluate and take into account in order to be effective one each other. So in this mission, that is improve risk and impact assessment, I will go through these by reading it, and there is no time to say more. But for each of these, in the vision paper, there is some text that describe each of these what want to achieve. So, stimulating, simulation-based risk and impact assessment to make science understandable to decision makers. This first is obviously very important. How the decision maker can work if the simulation-based risk is not understandable and not clear to them. Today we have discussed this in the previous presentation. Reliable and uncertainty-aware quantitative assessment of both losses and benefit of resilience mission. So identify these quantification, but with uncertainty aware. Assess effectiveness of alternative disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation options. Tools for cost benefit and multi-criterion analysis. Foster a service-oriented thinking aimed at maximize the usability and the end user tailoring. All these method, all this model, all this tool has to be tailored to the stakeholders' requirement, to the governance requirement. And of course, to achieve this result, is it good, a co-design and co-development and co-dissemination, co-evaluation. We cannot think to be the scientists, the expert that come and say, okay, this is such and such the tool for what you need and good luck. No, we have to work with them. We have to co-design the tool to develop together the simulation and disseminate it together and have a sort of final evaluation and feedback of what we have done. The second mission is better data for a resilient future. Obviously, at the base of all these activity and simulation and modeling, there is data. So the data are the basic and essential information with whom we feed model and any kind of process. So data management within hazard impact simulation model, decision support, early warning and alert system has to be oriented to quantity, quality, and availability for everybody. So quantification of the data, their quality and their availability obviously is a big data issue that everybody discuss, but I don't see such a huge sharing of the important data. The data that are open source, that are still available on the web, are not always enough to carry on the analysis that we need. So this is something that we should push on. Innovating method and tool for advanced data collection and sharing. Now there is many, not just only the data that I mentioned before, the survey building by building with the form on the spot. Okay, that is useful, but there are a lot of other tools, more advanced and more technological, recent. And of course, even the sharing of this data. Now there are a lot of framework, of platform on the web where this data could be shared. It's important to standardize hazard-specific exposure and vulnerability data set. because if we are not agree on how to standardize this analysis, we will not be able to share dataset. Dataset related to resilience and adaptation measure, and the public and private partnership to streamline data collection and exploitation within early warning system. Okay. The third mission is the risk governance and partnership. Public and private partnership to improve dialogue and cooperation among scientific technological community, stakeholders and policymakers. This is important, this part of the governance and the partnership. Otherwise, you will never be able to see what is needed, what are the gaps, what could be the form to be effective, understandable, and so on. So all these is a very difficult and complex work. The community engagement, the stakeholder engagement, and try to institutionalizing community engagement for prepared response and recovery, widespread practitioners' involvement in resilient planning and design, because the experience showed that practitioners are a crucial element in the emergency, empowering community-based organization and NGO, and strengthening disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation media landscape through innovative use of traditional and emerging media, developing tools to overcome stakeholder conflict, value difference, and increasing social complexity. Final, introducing novel governance approaches supported by transnational agreements. So you see that each of these statements, in my view, require a project. All of these, or at least a couple of these, require a huge effort. And the fourth mission is overcoming the implementation gap in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. You see that there is here, sorry. Let's see. Okay. Knowledge sharing approach, funding allocation mechanism, legal instruments, and operative measure. Improve flexibility and adaptability of standards and regulation by leveraging joint public-private investment, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation. Because I said, from climate change, you cannot mitigate unless you don't reduce the CO2 by decision at the high level of the countries. But you can adapt. You can make some adaptation campaign, and adaptation means, for instance, increment the insulation, reduce the energy consuming by increment the insulation of the buildings against heat, against cold, against extreme weather, increment the vegetation to make the soil more permeable, so in order to reduce the probability of urban flooding, and so on. There are a lot of measures of adaptation. That means how the people that live in the town or in the territory cannot avoid the heat waves, because these depend from the decision of the countries at the high level, but could feel better during and have less consequence of these heat waves because some adaptation measure implemented. Okay, maximize the application of nature-based solution. Integration in the plan of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. You cannot think to make a reduction by earthquakes without thinking that in the same time you can improve the the adaptation measure against heat waves, for instance, and so on. So at this point, you soon are in another field of interest that is multi-hazard, multi-scale, multi-risk, and the cascading effect issue. And then you can consider incentives to integrate the disaster risk reduction and climate change. In Italy, we have had ecosysma bonus, that is an incentive to the population to make retrofitting, strengthening of the buildings against seismic action, but in the meantime, at the same time, with the same money to increment the adaptation against climate change by making insulation and action against the energy saving and so on. Okay. Last but not least, human behavior and so human choice and action. So to increase the perception of the risk, the behavior of the individual and of the decision maker, to increment the resilience, analysis of human behavior as a triggering of aggravating factor in cascading effects, and so on. There is no time actually to go so in detail to this. This slide will summarize some concept. Data acquisition, you can have a series of earthquakes, a series of tsunami, a series of heat waves. This is in a way some evaluation within the same risk. So this is a single risk. But if you add in the same area all of these sequence of a possible event in time, you will have in the same area a multi-risk. That is the convolution of a junction probability to have in the same area more hazard. But then each of these realization could be used for having a scenario analysis. So not any more risk, but a scenario analysis. And each event could be a triggering event for some other event. For instance, an earthquake, a single event, analyzed as a single event, could trigger a tsunami or a landslide and so on. And so you could, at the end, have a cascading effect sequence. So each of those is an element of a puzzle where you develop on the raw risk analysis for each of these different elements, heat waves, tsunami, risk. But if you put together this element of the puzzle, you could have a multi-risk analysis if you are in the same site, or cascading analysis. So you see that multi-risk means many things. It depends how you want to work on it. But for all of these, disaster risk management and climate change adaptation measure, disaster risk reduction, sorry, climate change adaptation and disaster risk management procedure are according to future trends using the simulate output, became a what-if analysis. What happened if I do that? And of course, climate change and disaster risk are on the same balance. You see that here you have two variables, space and time, that is obviously very important to be considered when you work at this level, at this conceptual level. Okay, I have 5 minutes to finish, if I'm not wrong. So I have to go through this following slide very, very quick. This is a conceptual model that there is no time to go through, but as you see, the things that I want to highlight is that in any case, even in this case, there is cost-benefit evaluation. This is an example of at Mount Vesuvius, where we evaluate dynamically that for an eruption, after 3 hours from the eruption, the 25th% of the roof on this direction, where there is the higher probability that the wind in the stratosphere goes, we have 25% of the roof collapsed. And so that means that the civil protection changed the strategy. They, as operative action, they want to evacuate just only the people around the Vesuvius because of a pyroclastic flow. But when they realize that on this direction there are in 3 hours so many collapses, they decided to enlarge the red zone. So the original red zone was of 550,000 people for the pyroclastic flow. But when they realized that in this extra area outside the red zone 1, they introduced red zone 2, where the collapse of roof is so quick in 3 hours that they cannot think to arrive then to help this. And in fact, this was a risk analysis that we did, and we define red zone 1, red zone 2, and the yellow zone, where there is expected ashfall, but not so damage in a short time. So you see that in this case, time and space interfere soon. This is a conceptual infographic for geophysics, for an earthquake. So earthquake intensity, impact scenario, people effect, homeless, death, injuries, and building collapse, and building unusable. Again, this is for ashfall and pyroclastic flow for a volcanic eruption. So we define homeless, people that has to leave because of the expectation of the pyroclastic flow and of the roof collapse. Heat waves. Heat waves are also land use, but heat waves basically goes by the input of land use, all the main parameters like albedo, emissivity, transmissibility that could give the hazard input. The TMR, that is the temperature felt from the people, and the distribution of Naples of the disturbances of these, and then the number of the mortality rate increment and the hospitalization cost. Pluvial flooding, again, also in this case, we have the input and the output. So as we have some sample here of impact of a seismic event. This is a dynamic vulnerability and impact, because the dynamic impact, like you can see here from a time history of 1631 event at Vesuvius, a series of earthquake plus the ashfall plus the pyroclastic flow, and you see how the number of the impact grow up for this increment. This is another example for coastal flood. This is in a detail of the evaluation at heat waves and pluvial flood in in the municipality of Naples. And this is a cascading effect and the NATEC of a project that we applied this procedure at the Santorini Island in Greece, where the some cost benefit was done. So this was the evaluation of economic impact because of a series of events that was an earthquake as a premonitory, the landslide that caused some fail in the electrical and in the water desalination power plant. And at the end, there was some evaluation of the adaptation. I go really quick. This is some cost-benefit analysis done always with the same model that we showed this morning, with the seismic and energy-saving application. And these are some adaptation measure that could be also good for ashfall. So even in this case, the combination of adaptation measure and the ashfall mitigation. Adaptation measure because this was with the photovoltaic panel a way to produce energy, but you could put some pitched roof to reduce the impact by ashfall. We have plenty of examples during these years, and now I don't want to keep you so longer. This is an example, a study of timeline of people displacement management in the event of seismic emergency in Italy. This has been applied to the disaster. So all these, how can I say, example that I'm going very quick through. I'm not I don't pretend that you could understand in detail this, but this could show you that all that missions that we evaluated in the beginning, so the integration of disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction, and on the other hand, the adaptation from climate change is something that could be conjugated in the models. And these are all examples that we leave you in the presentation, and that I don't want to go through actually these, there is no time. I want to just close with this series of slides. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Giulio. Very impressive and interesting presentation, I should say. I don't know if there are any questions or any comments about this presentation, and also the ones before, because even in between the previous ones, we didn't have much time for questions. So if you have questions about any of the presentations, this is a good time to ask.
Everybody wants to have a lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason, Julie. Maybe I think you're trying to say something, but we cannot hear you for some reason. At least I can't. I don't know.
No, I can too.
Maybe you want to change your microphone, or.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, I have one question for Giulio. First of all, thank you for all your presentations, and Linda also. I would like to ask about one thing that you mentioned in your first presentation about correcting the data that you collect from the census. Can you please give some more information on how you do this?
I'll send you a paper.
Yes, great.
I'll send you a paper because it's quite a complex procedure, because it combines geographical, statistic information, and census area. I mean, then there is the cutting and the percentage. Linda is our expert on this, but Linda, please send the paper on Bing.
Yes.
And then we are happy to discuss with you for any application of any improvement of the methodology.
Thank you, because we have the same problem here in Greece with the data that we get from the census. And now we are waiting for the results of the new census that took place last year. And we would like to make a new exposure model for Greece, and it will be a good opportunity to see if we can somehow correct all this.
We are happy to collaborate with you.
Okay, thank you, Giulio and Linda.
Evie, I think there is, Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there is also one presentation during summer school, or at least part of the one of the presentations during summer school, which you can probably find some info.
We will discuss of this, yes.
Yes, should be on, you will connect me. It should be on our website, I think, the presentations for the summer school, or of course we can, I mean, or Linda can share.
Yes, of course.
Okay, great.
Just an add to this point, you need collected data on the area that you want to investigate. That it will be useful to define the correction on the census data.
Yes, for Thessaloniki, at least we have this data, so we can test the methodology. Okay.
Any other comments or questions? So I guess everybody is ready for lunch, Giulio.
Okay, so thank you very much to everybody.
Yes. Yes, also I was going to say that, but please go ahead and.
No, I want to thank everybody for having had the patience to listen us. I'm conscious that there are so many things to say that not always the presentation is fully comprehensive, because we give some step like I mean describe the and probably are not, because there is a lot of things to do. But I think that the main goal and importance of this virtual training is to be conscious of all the panorama of the complex problem that goes from the single detail of hazard, from the single detail of structure, to the wide and complex problem of how these products can be transferred on the community, on the governance, and on the big problem and the strategy that European Commission and not only, sorry, also at a wider scale now want to approach and want to solve and want to mitigate. Climate change adaptation every day in the television, there is something that speaks about climate change. Every day there is someone that is speaking about disaster risk or disaster risk reduction and management and governance of that. And so I started to work on this issue 40 years ago. There was no this consciousness. Now there is a great consciousness of all this. Politician once was, you see, they didn't care at all. They were blind to this project, to this problem. Now everybody wants to give an answer to their own, you see, to the electors. And so this is, in my view, the right time to push on this.
Okay, well, that was a good closing comment. I guess for me, I want to thank everybody for their presentations, also for the people who lasted all the way to the end of this virtual training session. I guess we have another one next week.
Yeah.
So we are going to see everybody again, I guess, in a few days.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Have a nice lunch.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I think I can close this.